snap, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Live a Splitscreen. Now, for our audio listeners also, we're not doing any behind the scenes today, so you guys get a little special extra treat for, maybe a little bit after the intro for some things that we usually would talk about behind the scenes. But nonetheless, welcome to episode 107 of Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place to type all that info in. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to apologize first by saying we're running into some issues, right? Previously, we were using Discord, and part of the reason that we stopped, one was the audio side of things, right? We had a member of our chat that pointed it out and made sure that we knew what was going on, like we would want, right? Said that there was delay and things to that nature, and we were also experiencing some things that I'm going through now that are weird issues, right? For whatever reason, since we swapped back to Discord, because I was using Zoom for our video side of things, I swapped back over to Discord, and now Discord gives us issues, because I usually set and this is going to be like, who cares about all that, Steel? This is just me getting across what happened, because I don't like usually starting late. I hate when other shows end up starting late or whatever the case. I don't want to be known as the podcast that started 15 minutes late. But for whatever reason, it's causing some connection issues. I'm gonna have to try to figure something out on the back end to either get Discord not to hog up so many resources as far as my network goes, or just have to jump back into Zoom because we didn't experience these issues with Zoom. I was able to set that standard of 4,000 bit rate. I had to drop the standard down to about 3,000. Now, again, give or take, 3,000 is going to allow more people to be able to see it versus the 4, but nonetheless, I care about the quality, and even now, it still looks like it's dropping on and off, up and down. But end all to be all, I say that to say this: if the show is not smooth, please let me know so I can look at some things behind the scenes. The other thing too is if I get enough people today that are like, yeah, Steel's cutting in and out, and if it's really pulling away from the experience, I am going to basically cancel my subscription with Discord, and I'm going to move back over to Zoom. Because again, quality matters to me. I want you guys to have the best presentation possible, best audio possible. Again, and if you're listening live on YouTube and with us possibly going to other streaming platforms with free streaming and whatnot, being able to, really expand out. Hopefully, if everything works out, especially with YouTube, kind of lowering the bar a bit for what our standards are, as far as like getting monetized and whatnot. That's going to be one of the first things that I really want to set up and establish that we're good to go on that front. So just wanted to be, very candid, be honest with you guys again right here on Live a Splitscreen. You should expect nonetheless. But enough of that, and time to get into your other host of the show, and it is one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have met, not only within these last few years here, but just a brother from another, the X-Men who is not Cyclops, but he's looking at Jean Grey and possibly, looking at Kitty too. I don't know. But
whoa!
I don't know. I heard some things behind the scenes. I'm just saying. Nonetheless, he's not Cyclops, and he's definitely not Iceman either. He is my brother from another, my guy, Pong. So, how you feeling, brother, man?
Bro, you don't even have to ask me this week, right? You don't even have to ask me how I'm feeling. Like, we could have Fallout going on outside, and I'd still say everything is rosy in here, because what a week. What a gamer's Christmas week. And, of course, I got the biggest gift of all. Starfield showed up, and Todd and his A-team did their thing. And we got a generational game coming in a few months. Still firmly in belief of that. Nothing I saw on Sunday has changed any of that. In fact, it solidified it for me even more. So I'm having a great week, Steel. Really, I mean, it's been unbelievable. I didn't get the podcast as much as I want to. I know you and the Fun Speculation family and the rest of it were holding it down over there. All week I had to work. There was no way I could get out of it, so I missed some of the other shows and being around you guys. But obviously, I was living vicariously as much as I could through work, lurking. You guys did an awesome job. But man, what a week! Not every show was great, but we still, as you and I always talk about, we still got great games, right? We still got a lot of new stuff. We got the second half of 2023's roadmap starting to fill in with more and more games. Not that it matters to me, because again, it's going to be Starfield, Starfield. But for everybody else out there who is going to play a lot of stuff, my God, the second half, September and October, oh boy, they filling up quick. So yeah, no, it was an awesome week. This is what it's all about. We're always excited for this industry. That's why we do this. We don't just show up on Saturdays when there's, when it's E3 week. We show up on Saturdays every week, no matter what's going on, because we love this industry so much. But this past week was definitely the time of the year where we all get giddy like little kids again, and get excited for what's coming. And we got a lot to talk about there. Gaming-wise, it's just been Diablo 4. I mean, again, when I do have time, I didn't have as much time this week either to do that, but Diablo 4 is the place to be. We've been hanging out a ton during the week now, playing Diablo 4, chatting it up in the party chats. This game is special, man. If it wasn't for Starfield, this would probably be my game of the year, unless, Armored Core 6 came along and blew me away, which it could, which we're going to talk about because there was some new video this week from Armored Core 6. But other than that, that's been it, Steel. What a great time, man. The energy in this community is off the charts right now. Yes. The doom and gloom is all gone, even though we tried to hold the line on that the entire time as well. You didn't get any doom and gloom from us at all. But there was a lot of that out in the community. That has been flushed back to where it belongs again, because as we said, Xbox is going to be just fine, folks. They got too many studios, too many great games. We got to see a bunch of them on Sunday. And listen, we might even get some answers to the ABK deal finally, once and for all, in the coming weeks. So, man, what a time, Steel. What a time. Happy to be here. Chat, you're all looking absolutely fantastic. Love to see you all. Happy Saturday morning. Happy early Father's Day to all the fathers out there, by the way, as well. Listen, love you all. And we got a lot to talk about here, Steel. So, we got to get into this, man.
Well, the people said the sounds of hell are way too loud, Steel, and I didn't notice that my gameplay audio was quite up there. It seemed like.
We were getting overrun. We were getting overrun by Mother.
We were definitely getting overrun by a lot of Diablo game audio there.
Nothing wrong with that.
I did turn it down.
What we got to say.
Look, guys, if you like to hear the audio, the game audio from the background, as part of the show, definitely let me know. I did turn it down by a lot, basically almost off in some manner, but let me know if you guys can still hear it. If not, I'll leave it as is and we'll go from there. But for me, let's see. We definitely got a ton to get into. I got a lot to say about Starfield, and I definitely have a lot to say about Armored Core, where I've been kind of hyped to talk about it because not a lot of other spaces. And even last night at the party, I felt like people didn't get where I was coming from. I felt like I was overly hype about it and excited to talk about it, and people were like, "Yeah, Steel, I don't know what that is."
Under a million people played the last one.
That's true. That's true.
Probably most of the party. Like, I know Mav has tried it, but he was a Chrome Hounds guy, right, and stuff. So, like, probably most of the party's never even tried it. So
probably not. Which is the other thing that gets me super and uber excited about this situation, especially for Armored Core. But nonetheless, we'll get into that in a second. But my week's been quite interesting because I've done a few things here. So one, I did jump in my emulator bag a little bit this week. Starting off with checking out some of Ninja Theory's history, right? Because of this recent showcase, right? People have been, again, thrown into question because we didn't see any gameplay from Hellblade 2. And it's the number one thing that I've seen a lot of and heard a lot of people complaining about, that, oh, here goes Hellblade 2 and another cinematic, and not really showing us what the gameplay looks like, or they're hiding gameplay, or they're not gonna have any combat. I've seen people have conversations this week, and then I'm not even talking about on the disingenuous side, but I saw people having conversations this week that, oh, well, what if they're hiding the combat because there isn't any combat? Okay. And I started getting into my thoughts about that and whatnot. I was like, well, I mean, maybe, but that doesn't make sense because the first game had combat, and for one of the first few things that they showed us was that they were taking the actor who plays Senua and putting her through actual swordplay classes, like making sure that to step up their own personal skills as far as what they're trying to bring into the game per se. So Calorie says it's going to be quick time events. Calorie, I don't think so. Based off of what I played from the first Hellblade, the combat can only be much improved, right? And I understand that everybody's hype about that being part of the game. Again, I am too. And it's part of the reason why I went back and looked at Ninja Theory's history a little bit and jumped into a game that I had never played before. And that's a game called Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword is a super dope game. I love the concept of it. I was having some issues with the emulator and whatnot on it getting running smooth, so that turned me off a little bit. But when I jumped into it, it helped me understand of what Ninja Theory's roots are, right? And the main reason I say that is because even in that game, do they play with the elements of schizophrenia, especially when she gets the blade in her hand, when she starts getting the voices and whatnot. And again, I'm still early on. This is my first time ever experiencing the game, playing the game, period. So with that, it just helped me kind of understand where Ninja Theory is coming from, why I personally have faith in them. Again, Hellblade is probably one of my more favorite games that I've played. It's definitely in my top 20, I would say, of games of all time. Mainly because of the ambiance, because of how they treat the mental illness side of things. I have a hard time calling it that because, I mean, in this situation, it's more so it is, though.
It is.
But just with the aspect of schizophrenia and whatnot, dealing with the voices in her head, and also bringing the gameplay elements to life alongside it, I feel like in Hellblade, they did that really well. And no, I'm not going to say the combat is the most complex thing either, but I hate when people make it seem like, oh, well, it was just a walking simulator. Hellblade is not that. If it was just a walking sim, I wouldn't have completed it. Right. I feel like God of War is actually more so along those lines in a lot of ways than Hellblade is. And that started a conversation again this week when people saw this, were like, oh, well, people just want Hellblade to be a competition for God of War. And in some ways it can be. And the thing that kind of gets me excited additionally about Ninja Theory, going back to Heavenly Sword, is understanding if they wanted to be like God of War, they definitely could. And it would actually end up probably being even better than that game potentially, especially because of the way that they touch on the elements, the way that they bring things to life, and the way that they just make it so believable, right? Again, not saying that Heavenly Sword they're going to have that type of action-based combat in there all of a sudden. No. But I personally, it adds an additional level of faith for me off of a game that I already enjoyed with the first Hellblade. And yes, there is walking in the first Hellblade and whatnot and figuring out puzzles. Maybe it's me, and again, I can be openly honest to say this. I didn't have the problem with the puzzles other people did. I didn't. The puzzles just made sense to me. So like when people complain about that, it's just one of those things where I was just like, I think Zelda has more complicated puzzles than Hellblade does. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's an over-exaggeration in some ways. Like, I get that people don't like those gameplay elements, and in some ways, it could be and was annoying because it had to line up perfectly, and it's like, bro, I'm getting it to line up, and it's not working. I get that, but just say that was the complete experience. Again, that's how I know a lot of people didn't even get up to the first combat section or get through most of the game to get towards the end where you get that final piece of combat and you're sitting there fighting for your life and trying to fend off everything, and then you're also running from the this ghostly beast that's chasing you. Anyway, a lot of things that go into it. Nonetheless, basically from what we saw for Hellblade from the showcase, just gets me more excited because of the audio cues and everything that they paid attention to this time around. But I have to admit, I was expecting to see some combat also. But I don't think that they're hiding anything. I don't think it's going to be more walking than combat or anything like that. I think there's going to be a very balanced game. That's my overall point with that. The other thing too, Diablo. Woo! Diablo 4, man.
Hey, you were almost jumping off, Steel. I saw your tweet earlier.
Yeah.
It was starting to frustrate you. It was starting to get you down a little bit. You were like, I don't know. Then all of a sudden, I see you back on Twitter going, oh, feeling good.
Yeah. So, again, I had an issue with Diablo 4 that I had to jump in the party and, like, essentially have a come to God moment, right? I had to join the party. It was like the other day. It was like Jasper. I think Matt was in there. Some other folks were in there. No, either way, those who were in the party, y'all remember this convo. But time before this, I ran into a wall with Diablo. Right, I'm playing the Druid. And previously, the Druid up to this point, for anybody that you ask. People were saying it's probably one of the weaker classes in Diablo currently, right? People saying, oh, it's a resource heavy. People saying this, that, and the other thing. And I was just like, you know what? Nah, man, I'm still, I'm gonna push through it. I want to play the Druid. I don't want to swap classes up. None of that. So I hit a wall. I felt like I wasn't progressing. I was at the top of tier 3 essentially, going into tier 4, and it's another reason why I want to have this conversation. Because I had to have a coming to God moment in the party the other day. I came into the party and I was like, man, I just don't know if I like Diablo like that. And the people in the party were like, well, let me see. What do you mean? What's going on? Why? I thought you were just loving this game, man. What's going on? And essentially it came down to the wall that I hit. I was in between a rock and a hard place. Because since I jumped into this Diablo, and just typically how I play a lot of my games, I typically don't like going towards whatever the meta is, right? And there's a lot of that that's going around right now. And it was getting to a point to where I felt like if I didn't play a certain way, for the Druid right now, the pulverized build is super popular. It was one of the main ones. There's a couple others out there too, based on the werebear. But there were some things that people were doing that a lot of people were kind of flocking to because it worked for the Druid. People putting down a lot of damage, able to move around, get through a lot of content and really gear up and whatnot. I personally cannot stand when games pigeonhole you to play a certain way. I can't stand that. It takes around, you're on mute, Pong. If you're trying to talk.
I agree. You know me. I hate that stuff too.
I hate when a game tries to pigeonhole you to play a certain way. And for me, it tells me a lot about a game when I'm trying to understand not only how the class works, but I'm playing with the different elements of the class to see if I can make something to put something together that's going to be viable. And up to that point, I felt like I did, and it was decent. But it wasn't. We started getting towards getting into tier 4, and I was having an issue, right? I was taking a lot of damage. I wasn't doing enough damage. It got to a point where, because Jasper and the Barbarian, the way that he has his build set up right now, he is using one of the more popular builds as far as the Whirlwind build goes. Even though they nerfed it, it's still dumb strong. And I'm not, again, nothing against Jasper and Sick.
Yeah, he's not a basic bitch. He's a basic bitch.
It's Sick. It's not that has nothing to do with the community. I can care less about what the community thinks about Diablo. To be quite frank, I'm not part of that. I'm not making content for Diablo. And even if I would stand on my square and just kind of go from there. But it was a me thing, right? Because I'm trying to do my own thing, trying to work through the game, and the game was responding to me in a manner that, not that I didn't respect my time, because at this point, I definitely have to have at least over 100 hours in the game, and I can't be mad at the fact that I'm getting into tier 4 or the fact that I would have had to continue to grind tier 3 until I got something that was viable to make it work for myself, right? It's 100% a me thing, right? Because I got in the party, and I'm not going to say what happened at the party, whatever the case, but it ended up being the guys in the party were just like, Steel, I just think you care too much. And I was like, what do you mean? They were like, Steel, like, what level are you? I was like, yeah, at that point, I was like 65 maybe or something like that. They're like, yeah, what tier are you in? I was like, yeah, top of tier 3, going into tier 4. They're like, Steel, I mean,
yeah.
Look how much time you let me, like, look at the time that you've put into this game. Look at what you're trying to do, and look at, like, you know, like what you're trying to get accomplished. You're trying to go against the grain a little bit. You're still working on your own build. They just helped me realize that was the case. I was caring too much about it, and I didn't, right? And what ended up happening, how I broke through the wall, I did grind a little bit more in tier 3, but what really did it is there was one piece that I got in tier 3, as far as that was going to help with me using Grizzly Rage, right? Because Grizzly Rage is one of the more popular ultimates that are being used. I don't think necessarily the way that I'm using it currently, but that's how people are using it to keep their stamina up and whatnot. It was one piece that I put on that completely changed the way that I was approaching my build, right? Then I got into tier 4 because the main thing that was holding me back is that I couldn't hold my stamina or my nature magic for long enough to sustain my damage. And the way that I have my build set up is between the poison and my vulnerable damage. If I can't be consistent, it doesn't build up, and I can't build the stacks to help my durability because I have that set up also. And actually just got a god roll for that yesterday that gives me,
of course you
but
did.
I need it.
Of course you did.
Gives me an additional like 50% extra durability if I'm consistently in combat. But anyway, so nonetheless to say, sometimes with some of these games, no matter what, and I do still have a worry about Diablo that it is pigeonholing players to play a certain type of way, right?
Of course it is.
And this has always been an issue for these style of games, and I don't know what is going to be the greatest way or the easiest way to fix it, or what the solution is, but I do think that, again, there is going to end up being a point to where there's not much variety in how you play Diablo unless you don't care about being as efficient as possible. You want to go through the slog to create your own build sometimes. I don't feel like it should be that way. I feel like that is something that takes away from the game. I will not put Diablo on my game of the year list because of some of the experiences that I've had. Now, if we're just talking about me getting into endgame, I do consider it high on the list, as far as I do think it should deserve a nomination for the story by itself, right? I was listening to somebody, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say somebody, shout out to, you know what, I'm not even gonna do that. I was listening to somebody, and ladies and gentlemen, these are the type of people that you don't necessarily want to listen to when they talk about these style of games. This person got the level 26 in Diablo.
Yeah.
Pong, and you know what they said while they put it down? Because it was boring and it was doing the same things over and over again.
One of those.
At level 26.
At level 26, huh?
Mm-hmm. Okay. At level 2. They said, it doesn't feel like Diablo 2 or 3. At level 26.
And Chad, if you haven't played Diablo yet, listen. To get to Diablo, or to get to level 26, literally takes you what, Steel?
Few hours?
5 hours? Yeah, maybe.
And not even
maybe.
Casually playing a game.
The first like 30 levels, 40 levels is like nothing. Like it's real quick.
They said, it was nothing but me going back to town, salvaging my stuff, or selling my stuff.
Then you're not a fan of looters.
And that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because it is so much easier for you to say that, hey, I played Diablo 2 and 3 and Diablo 4. I just don't like that. I just don't like the game style anymore or the gameplay anymore.
Yeah.
But it's something
Diablo
else.
3, you were doing the same damn thing.
But it's something in Diablo 3, it's actually much worse than it is in this game.
Worse.
Especially up
Diablo
front.
2, you were still doing that.
Right, and even in 2 was the same.
Because the inventory was running out. You were running out of inventory space constantly.
And you had to make sure that you had enough portals to get back so you could fucking...
Correct. You had enough scrolls. Yes.
So it's like, in comparison, I don't get how you're like someone can blame the game for you not even experiencing the game and talking negatively on it and saying that it's boring. Again, the same person said, oh, well, maybe because I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 that I'm ruined currently. And to me, I was thinking to myself, that's not the problem. You just don't enjoy this style of game. Because nobody who is a fan of these style of games, in my personal opinion, can play Diablo 4 up to level 26 and say that, oh, this game is boring. I can understand what you got the end game, like Rand has made the point that he's going to play the game up through the story or whatever the case. After he beats the game, he's probably not going to continue. Again, I get the type of gamer that Rand is, and that's fine. Yep. But he's also openly saying that, hey, I'm not going to progress past endgame. I'm just going to play this.
Right.
Which is cool.
He's honest with who he is. People have a problem nowadays, Steel, with admitting who they are as a gamer. Right. They can't come out and say, listen, Diablo 4 just isn't for me. They have to blame the game.
Right.
They have to say it's the game's fault.
Right.
No, that's like me saying I hate Souls games because the games suck and they're boring I come on and say, no, I'm just not going to get good at playing Souls games. So therefore Souls games aren't for me, but I'm not going to downturn the game just because I don't want to play it. Right. That's the problem that we have nowadays. Too many people just can't admit their own personal preferences. They have to blame the game and say, no, it's the game's fault. The game's boring. Game sucks. Nah, ain't that.
And it's just for the thing that I think throws it to the side for me for the most part is just the fact that at level 26, you can't tell me that the game is boring. You can't tell me that the game is missing on some kind of front, especially for it being Diablo.
Right.
It's just like, you can't say that in comparison, this game is worse than the other games. I can't personally believe that if you're a fan of this style of game.
Really?
If you really played the others. If you are truly were a fan, then you would understand what this game was. Again, it's just funny because these people do have a bigger audience than we do. And I mean, to each their own. Everybody has to talk about things the best way they can. But it was just weird to me. Nonetheless, I was able to break through my barrier, through my little limit that I was having, the wall that I had. Shout out to the party. And, just me kind of being adamant and just being the type of gamer that I am. But I was at a point where I was just like, you know what? Maybe I've just had enough of Diablo. And I was just going to wait for the new season, make a rogue and, and just fall into it. But I broke through it. Biggest thing with that, if anybody else is, you're running into a wall, if you care about the game, watch a couple videos, make sure that you're understanding things properly. That's the other thing that helped me out a lot too, having a proper understanding of how to treat nightmare dungeons. That was the other thing, because I was also setting an unrealistic expectation of trying to clear content. That's what really fixed it, I believe. I was trying to clear content that was 5+ levels higher than what I was, and was getting wrecked by enemies with additional abilities in tier 4, and it wasn't working.
Yeah.
I took in a recommendation that, hey, from one video that I watched, that, hey, only do nightmare dungeons 3. They're only 3 levels above you. Don't go any higher than that, and then adjust from there to what you feel like you could do. Yeah. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I've took it from being able to go 3 levels above what I'm able to do to now doing 7 levels above what I'm able to do.
Yeah.
So of my current level. So perspective. The other thing that I've thrown in here recently too, because I've just had I don't know why, I don't know what's been speaking it to me recently. Maybe it's just my soul's bones or whatever the case. But I jumped into some Nioh 2. Nioh 2 is this the first time I've ever jumped into it. I did play the first Nioh. I only got to about halfway into the game. Something about Nioh, even at the halfway point, fell off from me hard.
Sure.
I didn't keep playing it. I wasn't excited about keeping to play it. And it didn't stay in the rotation, so I dropped the game. I've always heard that Nioh ended up being a solid game, whichever the case. I just couldn't get into it. I don't know why. Nioh 2, though, because I've heard so many great things about the game, one. But also because of Wolong, I think that game triggered something else in me, right? And I love what I had out of Wolong, right? I don't know if I would go back to it. I do have the DLC and everything that hasn't released yet. I did end up buying the DLC. That's how much I loved Wolong. But because I was thinking about that game, I wanted to see why people drew so many close relations to Nioh, right? People were like, "Oh man, Wolong is just a dumbed down Nioh 3 or a dumbed down Nioh 2."
Right.
I was like, "Oh, I wonder why people say these things, man." And I was just in the itch of playing like a Souls-esque game. We got Lies of P coming around the corner, which is another one I'm excited for. I got Steel Rising that's in my backlog. I got Thymesia that's in my backlog also. But I was like, man, let me jump into this one. Nioh 2 is not only 4 times better than the original game was, at least up front for sure. I'm probably about I think I'm about 13 hours in at this point, something like that.
Nice.
But it is definitely a much better feeling game, and not only that, but I understand why people call Wolong a Nioh wannabe. Because the same way that Wolong treats its story elements in like the gameplay is very similar to how Nioh handled it, right?
Right.
The only thing about that is that Wolong doesn't have stances. Wolong also has a counter system that if I feel like Nioh adapted the same counter system, like if they did make a Nioh 3 and they added all the elements of the current game and added that counter system, oh man, I think Nioh would be a fucking completely different game. It'd probably feel like a god tier type game, right? Because that's what made Wolong so unique. That counter system, you just can't beat that. Taking the element out of dodging all the time and making it more so counter based, where you can dodge, but we want you to be able to counter these moves, right? That's how you're gonna do. That's how you build that stagger up. That's how you're gonna be. It's like a back and forth, a dance. There's a back and forth, a push and pull kind of scenario going on. Nioh has those same things, but in a very different way. There's something about the stance system in Nioh that really speaks to me. It is extremely complicated, especially with my guys. At this point, I can't even tell people to go get you an Elite Series 2 no more. I can't. I just can't. My left bumper's broke now. It's not consistent. I'm trying to block and shit. Doesn't work. So I had to start using another paddle. Anyway, I will say that Nioh is also Nioh 2 is also one of the more complicated games to play because there are several different elements that you have to understand before you just try to throw yourself at it. The stance system, especially with both weapons, makes it play completely differently. You can approach fights completely different. The ability to go into this demon form that you can use to break like the enemy's strong attacks is mind-blowing to me. Like I wasn't expecting for it to be as dope as it was. The fact that when I see the enemy, and again, I'm not super good at it right now, I'm getting more familiar with it. When I see that enemy pull off that red move that you know isn't unblockable, and the game teaches you that, hey, don't be scared of that moment, know what you have, and counter it. And you counter it with your own demon mode. And the way that they do it, it is so fire. And then not only that, but you build up this meter and you get to turn into a demon. It makes me feel how I felt about Devil May Cry when you got Dante's Devil Trigger for the first time. That's how it felt for me. I don't know if you guys remember that feeling, but when you got Dante's Devil Trigger for the first time, Devil May Cry turns into a completely different game at that point. You're on mute, Palm.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah,
so don't worry about
it plays completely. It plays completely different. Feels completely different. You really start feeling like a god. And in here, they do well with that, but also do really well with humbling you. Also, it speaks to me, because I do love and enjoy some difficulty in games sometimes, and I'll admit that the snake boss that I had to fight, I don't remember his name, but he was fucking annoying. He was a fucking snake boss, and he got snake arms. Yo, that motherfucker was annoying, but that dance that I love about Souls games is, and this is the one thing that Pong's admitted that he doesn't like, and a lot of people don't like, and what has caused this genre to take so long to kind of, I'm sorry I'm getting a little long-winded here, but it's something that takes time, it takes patience, and it takes a certain virtue for you to sit there with the boss, die multiple times, and come to an understanding of how the game's trying to get you to play. I don't mind. It's actually one of the things that I feel like is magical about game design, is that, and why I love From Software so much, is partly why I love Armored Core also, which we'll get to later. But of the game saying, hey, let me teach you how you need to play this game.
Right.
I love that about this. I am liking this game more than I even liked Sekiro. I have about over 10 hours of Sekiro. I got past the first boss or whatever. He's not the first boss, but he's the dude with the lightning. His second form is he has this fucking lightning form, and he's sending the shit all over the floor and doing all kinds of crazy shit. Now, Nioh's great. Sekiro is great. I think it plays smooth. I spent a lot of time modding the game, but it didn't hold me for whatever reason. Maybe it's because of the over-the-top nature that Nioh has that speaks to me more, and I'll freely admit that I love that type of thing.
Yep.
That's why I love anime as much as I do, even though I don't watch it as much as I used to. Something about that over-the-top nature, especially in these Eastern flavor games, where they typically don't touch on those. You have to wait for a Final Fantasy, for an example, to really get for them to delve deep within gods and magic and how all those kind of coincide with each other, and the elements, or like me and Paul talk about with Star Wars, the light, the dark, the gray, where typically in the Eastern flavor games, they touch on all those elements and really focus in on the gray, where you can have those demon abilities, but how do you use it? There's so many other elements that get put into play here that have been speaking to me, that have had me really fall in love with Nioh 2. So that's the second game that I really have in rotation right now. I don't think anything's going to push that out until Nioh comes out, right? Not a Nioh, but an Armored Core comes out or something to that nature. By that time, I'm probably going to be done with the game. Nonetheless, that's been kind of my week thus far in gaming. Sorry that was a little long, drawn out and whatnot, but I had a talk to God moment for Diablo. I've had a moment with Nioh.
You had a hell of a week, Steel. You're a gamer, bro.
A little bit.
Whatever. You got time. Listen, you've had the time. You're playing, right? So you know what? That's what we're here for, man. So it's good to hear somebody again. That's why we do this in the beginning. And some weeks are longer than others. But we love games. We talk about games.
Yeah.
Other shows don't talk about games. We talk about games.
We don't talk about games at all. But yeah, I just wanted to give people my overall opinion. Appreciate you guys tuning in. El Nini says Final Fantasy 16 feels like a Devil May Cry game. Again, I'll stick to what I've said here previously. People are saying that Final Fantasy 16 is going to be a 94 meta. I don't care about meta. It is what it is. I hope the game does great. The funny thing for me is that this Final Fantasy is literally the game that people complain about from Final Fantasy, and people are treating like it's going to be the best-selling game ever. My only point ever that I've made about Final Fantasy 16 is that, yeah, the game looks cool. The game does look cool. I don't like some of the other behind-the-scenes stuff as far as like the director and whatnot, and how he's approached whatever this world. Do what you want. Don't necessarily agree. Actually, I don't agree, but my overall point is people complained about about Final Fantasy being action based.
Mm-hmm.
They also complained about Final Fantasy 15, which I personally enjoyed. And this game is literally doing all those same things, but being done by the main team. It looks better. Combat is over the top. I've seen a lot of, again, if you want to deny that it doesn't have Devil May Cry elements, or that it has Devil May Cry elements in it or not, personally up to you. I saw literal, again, the same thing that people say about Souls games. Oh, you're playing the same game over and over again. It's all the same animations, doing the same type of things. Final Fantasy 16 is literally stealing moves from Devil May Cry 5.
Sure.
Which is fine. Is the combat director is the same person. I get it. Like,
right.
But
that's to
treat this like the second coming to Christ and like it's going to be the best-selling game of the year, or that Final Fantasy 16 is back. As much as I am going to love that game more than likely, because that combat style is what speaks to me. And I'm going to wait for mods because I want my characters to look a little bit different, for sure. But I want to see if I can bring Master Chief back with me, man. Nonetheless, just because that combat style is my type does not mean that that's going to speak to the wider Final Fantasy audience. And 15 has told you that. There's been previous action Final Fantasy VII Remake told you that, and that is the Final Fantasy that everybody clamors about. And even 7 Remake didn't sell astronomical numbers for you to think that 16 is going to be that game all of a sudden. That's my only point that I'm going to make with this. If the game is a 94, great. I hope it's a good game for Square Enix's sake, because Lord knows they're not going to say that this one underperformed no matter how well or bad it does, especially since it's being done by the main team. It's just funny to me to see how people are treating this, knowing how the Final Fantasy fan base has been, and why people think that this is going to be the game of the year type material. Again, not saying that it can't, but it's just funny.
It's going to be. I believe that, and still, it's the setting. It's the high fantasy, Final Fantasy. Right. People don't want to admit it a lot of times, but they like, because again, 7 isn't the high fantasy per se. 7 is a mix. It's modern and high fantasy, right? But everybody, promotes it as the best ever, which is fine. Again, I understand why people do. It's just not mine. But I think Final Fantasy 16 turning back to the high fantasy yet again, coming with the Devil May Cry battle system. Yes, there are going to be some diehards that still will, stand on that hill, that turn-based. If it's not turn-based Final Fantasy, it isn't real Final Fantasy. And trust me, as a turn-based fan, I get it. But the Devil May Cry feel of this game is specifically what they were doing to bring a wider audience to this game, and it's going to do that. Now, the thing that will hold it back, and again, that the people who are saying this is going to be one of the top-selling games, listen, it's on one platform, okay? It's not going to sell like that on PlayStation 5 only, okay? If this was coming to PC as well, now you got a conversation a little bit, but still, it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's popularity has dipped as the years have gone by. It's still a gigantic franchise. It's a beloved franchise. It has a huge core fan base. But does it have the same impact as it did back in the day? I don't think so. Is this one going to rejuvenate a lot of it? Yes, yeah. I do believe so. From everything I've seen, from everything I'm hearing outside of the performance issues, right, there are problems with the performance issues. This thing isn't maintaining 60 frames,
which is another question, which is a whole different thing. And
correct.
That's in a game like this, for it not to be 60. Yes. That's a crime in itself. And if people want to cap for 30 on this game, that's another conversation that we'll end up having later. Because I do want to address some people that are talking in absolutes about 30 frames and Starfield and all that good mumbo jumbo. But for Final Fantasy 16 to have its standard mode be 30 frames instead of 60, knowing that action-based games like that feel 1,000 times better at 60 is a fucking crime in itself. And I don't think it's acceptable, but a lot of people do. So it is what it is.
And they do. But there was a lot of people. Push Square just wrote an article saying, "Oh, Final Fantasy 16 is so polished, it's not going to need a day one patch."
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Yoshi P just came out today and confirmed that they're going to have a day one patch. Okay, that's again the legend of Final Fantasy sometimes outdoes itself. The way that people talk about it, sometimes again they skip over all the misses that Final Fantasy had that not everybody agreed upon, right? There are some classics that everybody pretty much agrees upon, but there are plenty that people still to this day don't even acknowledge exist, right? Final Fantasy 11 always gets walked over constantly as if it never was there.
Right.
The fact is that everything outside of the controversies, obviously that Steele talked about, and that kind of stuff, Final Fantasy 16 has shown extremely well, and it does appeal to a wider audience. It is going to be a massive game this year. It's a massive W for PlayStation to have it. It is, it is going to do what they wanted it to do. Now, does it sell as well? We will see. People have more choices now than ever. This is the thing about every game. Right. We saw this with Halo Infinite. We've seen that if it doesn't hit right away, people are just going to move on. That because there's too much to play right now, especially now. There's too much coming out. There's too much to play. But Final Fantasy 16, I think, is going to be gigantic. It's going to have its moment in the sun. How long it lasts, we'll see. Well, that's always the thing. Are people going to be talking about this game 6 months from now? Right? Are people still going to be playing it playing it again, over and over again? That's what we'll see at the end of the day. But right now, it's definitely going to have its moment in the sun. So, anyways. Steele, what are we going to get into here, brother? Are we going to get into this upcoming week of gaming?
Of course. We got to get into these upcoming games. We got to do something different than nobody else currently on YouTube is doing. And again, since gaming is art and should be treated as such, not only do we give you the upcoming games, but we also give you this day in gaming on the back end, which hopefully we'll get to today, depending on how passionate we get in some of these conversations and side tangents that we might get into. Because again, Starfield one is going to be quite juicy. Hopefully you guys are ready for that. We might actually go run into that straight off of running off of the upcoming games, Pong, if you want to get into that being a heavy hitter. I know Starfield is an extremely important topic for you. It's really a conversation on its own with the showcase that we've seen. And I would love to chop it up with you, especially you being more the Bethesda-focused fan versus me, who typically hasn't been. But again, you asked me to jump into Elder Scrolls. I'll be the one that's kind of like, I'd be thinking about it. I'm having a lot to you. So Elder Scrolls Online, I should say, excuse me. So, yeah, let's get into these upcoming games. Let's let the people know what they need to be excited for. And by the way, I'm not saying that Final Fantasy 16 or Devil May Cry is the same game. I'm not saying that they're going to play the same. Obviously that they're not. The dev cave, they came out and said that they're giving more accessibility options. You could tap one button on Final Fantasy 16 the entire time.
Yep.
Devil May Cry would never be that way. No. That's it. There's one thing. They've made it easier. They do have
easy mode, though. They do have easy mode.
They've made it easier.
Because I like easy mode.
Wait, again, there's nothing wrong with that. You should be able to enjoy it for what it is. Again, I take advantage of it too sometimes. I don't get super sweaty and everything all the time. So,
all right, upcoming week of games.
Real quick, Superman, he said, still, you could try out Fallout 4 too if you haven't. Superman, let me tell you something. I don't know if it's the Fallout games.
Yeah.
Or the time period. I don't know what it is. I jumped into Fallout 4, not base, because I just didn't jump into it base. I did when it released, and I thought it was okay then. I did put it down. I jumped into it again. I jumped into Fallout 4 with, I want to say, over 500 mods. And as cool as, because what I was trying to do is turning into it more like that third person over the shoulder, not necessarily over the shoulder, but more like from that Division kind of perspective, as far as like the third person camera goes, get control over the where you place the camera and all that good stuff. And I was looking for a good third person game. Fallout 4 doesn't do third person well enough for me to enjoy it, which is the main problem with it. I feel like the game would be fine in first person, but because I'm looking for a third person game, I would never play any of the Bethesda games in first person. I would never do that. And that's a me problem. I'll freely admit that. With that being said, because of that, if the third person looks off and it takes me out of the experience, like it did with Fallout 4, I couldn't, at a certain point, I just couldn't continue. Even with me having some Halo characters in there, and I had a squad that I could call in whenever I wanted, and just having some other things, some other gameplay elements that really would add to the experience. It didn't do anything for me, right? Starfield, that's looking to be something completely different. Also, with it being a new IP, the one thing that I will say, and this is the point that I made about Skyrim multiple times. I did the same thing with Skyrim recently. It went from Skyrim, me modding out Skyrim again, and I've downloaded and uninstalled that game 10 times. All mods included. Every time. Trying to go back through the list, make sure I had everything that I was looking for. And the thing I'll say about Bethesda is there has to be some magic there or something that's enticing, because games don't do that for me most of the time. I haven't even experienced the full breadth of what Skyrim is, and I still have moments where I sit back in my chair and say, man, let me try to reinstall it, download these mods, let me see if I can get them ordered right, so I can have the experience that I'm looking for to play Skyrim the way that I would like. And it's because of the magical moment of me, not only of how the AI reacts to you as the player, but also the conversational pieces that you have with some of the other characters also up to that point, and just how open and vast that world feels. It literally made me feel like how I felt about Elden Ring, except on a whole completely different level. I could tell, especially when they had a dragon come in, had to fight a dragon for some time. That took a minute. That motherfucker was annoying. Like, he was fucking flying all over the place. You could tell it's an older game because I got the jank where the fucking dragon just comes off the floor weird, and he's flying around weird. It's like all of a sudden he's like on the ground, and it's just like, it was weird stuff happening. I was like, okay, you can tell that this game is older,
Did you ever through your 10 gameplays? Through your 10 gameplays though, did you ever see a dragon on dragon fight?
No, I didn't see a dragon on dragon fight.
Bro, one of the most epic moments you've ever seen. I've seen plenty of them through my gameplays, but literally, you can be fighting a dragon, another dragon shows up, and they start going at it. It comes out of the sky out of nowhere. You are so focused on the dragon in front of you, and another one comes in out of nowhere randomly and starts attacking the other dragon.
Right.
Bro, it's crazy.
We'll
get into it. We'll get into it, but that's Bethesda's beauty. That is literally Bethesda's beauty.
I experienced that same thing when Fallout 4 a little bit, although I didn't like the way that the mission structure, whatever was set up, for me personally. But those types of experiences is partially why I'm excited for what Starfield is going to bring. Not only that, but that game, Starfield itself, because it's a space adventure, and because of my recent playthroughs with Mass Effect, is also another big reason why I'm excited to jump into this space odyssey, known as Starfield. So it's gonna be an interesting conversation to have when we get to that point. But hey, let's get into these upcoming games.
Let's do it, Steel. First of all, let me do my usual quick shout outs to everybody in the chat, by the way, too. Let's get this going because we've got over 50 amazing people in here as always. We got Gogo Poe jumping on in here. We got the Superman in here. We got Fahim Scott. What's going on, Fahim? Great to see you. Tim the Sorcerer is in here. What's going on, Tim? We got Game Pass Dad, Pickle Papa himself, Twitch extraordinaire, stand-up comedian. What's going on, Game Pass Dad? Always great to see you, brother. Thanks for dropping in here. We got the one, the only, Nix is in the house. OG Nix is here. What's going on, Nix? We got Blue Moon FC. What's going on, Blue Moon? Brother, what's going on? Great to have you in here. M. Gene is in the house. What's going on, M. Gene? Decado, of course, is dropping on in here as well. We got It's Timmy. It's Timmy's in the house. What's going on? It's Timmy. Who else we got in here? We got El Nini in the house. What's going on, El Nini? Always awesome to have you a part of our chat. Chaos Theory. What is going on? Chaos is coming with the Final Fantasy 16 DOA. All right, Chaos. Whoa. Big talk. Wandering Dutch Brother. What is going on? The one and only from the Midweek Mix-Up Collective himself. Wandering Dutch, great to see you, sir. Who else we got in here? Going scrolling. Man, you guys got a lot of talk on. We got Doom Reapers in the house. What's going on, Doom? We got the one, the only Six Slayer is in here as well on a Saturday morning. Love to see the familiar faces. We got Actually Guy, Lore Master Jasper, of course, dropping in here, brother. Great to see you.
Real quick, Decado,
Yep.
he asked, did you watch the Atlas Fallen gameplay trailer? Still, of course I did. Atlas Fallen is definitely another one of those I'm excited for, especially with this co-op gameplay. So it looks really dope. I'm excited for Atlas Fallen. I like the concepts in that game too.
I like the concepts. I still got questions, but
hey,
anyway,
Gogol, I appreciate you. I appreciate you showing some love to my build, man. Again, the build that I got right now, I call it the come here build on Diablo. I call it the come here build.
You're something else, man, with that build. Psychonauts, what's going on, brother? From another Psychonauts dropping on in here. Hope you have a good morning, man. We got Sappho's in the house. What's going on, Sappho? Always great to see you, my friend. Jesse B is on in here as well. And of course, we got Calorie, what's going on? We've been making some runs with Calorie too, actually in D4 as well. And he joined us on Xbox Ultimate last night as well.
Hey.
Kingfish 737, what is going on? We got Dip Down Anime dropping on in here. Great to have you. We got the one, the only Casket Repair, as always, dropping in saying hi as well. Who else? Did I miss anybody else? Man, this is so much easier than on my phone, bro. This is so much easier. We got Masshold 1977 dropping in here. We got the one, the only Tony Grasso's in the house as well. What's going on, Tony? We got Stanley Francois is in here. Stanley, great to see you on a Saturday morning as well. Jacob Novik, what's going on, Jacob? Great to see you, brother. And of course, we've got the dev, we've got the commercial man, we've got the everything dude, 3-bit. Of course, is dropping on in here, brother from another. What's going on, 3-bit? And he's the reason why he just apologized for making Fable all CGI. That's right, folks. It's 3-bit's fault. That was all CGI, if you didn't know. We're going to talk about that too as well. But great to see you, 3-bit, as always, man. Hope you're having a good morning as well. So we are getting into this day, or this week, not this day in gaming. We're not doing that yet. We're coming up. The week of upcoming games is happening right now. So let's get into this. And of course, again, as always, if you don't know, we use GameInformer.com. Not always perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but normally get the main event stuff. But if anybody knows of one that we should be aware of coming out this week that we don't get to, please let us know in the chat. So this is going to be the week of June the 19th. And we're going to start off on June the 20th. Not a big list this week, but obviously some major players this week. Well, I shouldn't say, well, there's one major player, but then there's one I really want. And we're going to start with that one. June 20th. Aliens Dark Descent coming for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. If you guys have not heard of this one yet, yes, it is Aliens. Yes, from the movie. It is a squad-based strategy game. Okay? Squad-based strategy. You're not controlling individual members of that squad. You are building the squad with different, obviously, the characters that you include in your squad are going to have different skill sets, and you want to mix your skill sets within the squad. But you're going to control the entire squad. They're going to do a lot of actions on their own as you're fighting aliens. Shockingly enough, looks absolutely fantastic. I am unsure whether or not I'm buying it day one because I'm so invested in Diablo 4 right now. But I do believe I'm going to. It's not a full price game. It's only $40. This game has all the movie sound effects. This game has the atmosphere of the movie. So if you're into squad-based strategy, please go check out Aliens Dark Descent. It looks amazing. We don't have reviews yet. We don't have we got a lot of hands-on with it. IGN has done glowing reviews of this game. But again, this is a game for you. If you're looking for that and you love the Aliens movie, it doesn't get much better than this. So I am definitely going to be grabbing this at some point. It may be this week. I haven't quite decided yet if I'm going to do it. But I've been waiting on this one. I can't wait to see how people feel about it. This is freaking, oh God, it's so amazing. I can't wait. Crash Team Rumble coming on June the 20th to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. That is also coming June the 20th. We'll see how this one turns out. It's going to be interesting. Again, whenever you get one of these games, you just don't know. It might be the one that hits and everybody's playing it. There's so much to play right now, though. I don't know if this one's going to fit in there. But anyways, Crash Team Rumble, again, June the 20th. Rogue Legacy 2. A lot of people enjoy the first Rogue Legacy. A lot of people have been looking forward to Rogue Legacy 2. This came out April 28th to Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. Came out April 28th, 2022, I should say. Came out November 2022 to Switch. This one is coming to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 finally. So if you've been on PlayStation looking forward to Rogue Legacy 2, it's finally hitting for you all. So check that out. And then we got this name right here, Steel. Who came up with this?
Somebody liked it.
Dr. Fetus's Mean Meat Machine. I'll repeat that. So anybody thinks that I said that wrong, please look at the screen if you're watching this live, or if you're watching this on YouTube replay later. Audio listeners, you're not going to be able to see this, but I'm not saying this wrong. It's Dr. Fetus's Mean Meat Machine. It's coming from Head Up Development, is the developer. The publisher is a really fantastic indie publisher, Thunderfall. This is a puzzle game, supposedly. This is coming June 22nd, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. So Dr. Fetus's Mean Meat Machine. That's all I got to say about it. I just don't know why they named it that way. But anyways, yes, I know, Jasper. I looked at the artwork, and yes, you're right. It is a Super Meat Boy game. Yes, you are correct, sir. But again, why we got to call him Dr. Fetus? I don't get it. Anyways, moving on. We've got the big one of the week. Steel and I just talked about it. I don't think we need to hash it out anymore. Final Fantasy 16, PlayStation 5 only, obviously. June the 22nd. If you're getting it, can't wait to hear your thoughts. Can't wait to see the screenshots. It looks gorgeous. Gameplay clips are going to be amazing, I'm sure. Final Fantasy 16, June the 22nd. Big release for obvious reasons. Then we got Harmony, the Fall of Reverie, coming to PlayStation 5, coming to Xbox. Wait, actually, let me get the release dates because this is what always happens. All right, so June 8th, this came out on Switch and PC. So we already talked about this one back then. This week, June 22nd, dropping on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series. This is another Don't Nod game. Narrative game, animated game. If you're in the Don't Nod, again, not every one of these hits for me. This one looks interesting to me. We'll see if I ever jump into it. But it is coming June the 22nd. Is this one on Game Pass? Does anybody remember?
I don't.
Was Harmony coming to
recall.
Game Pass? Hold on. I got to check this out real quick because I believe this might be, I could be wrong because there's so many indies that come to Game Pass. But Harmony Fall by Harmony. Is Harmony coming? No, it doesn't look like does not look like this one is coming to Game Pass. I think everything on Xbox is by Harmony right now. Yeah, I don't see this one coming to Game Pass. I thought this was one of the ones coming to Game Pass, but I could be. Let me double check in the store real quick. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's coming to Game Pass. So, but yeah, Harmony the Fall of the Reverie coming this week as well. And then we've got Sonic Origins Plus. Yes, they are bringing back Origins Sonic for one more run here. Sega is dropping the Plus, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. So if you missed Sonic Origins the first time around and you want to jump into it now because you're getting excited for Sonic again, now you can get the Plus version.
Oh, hold on.
And this has 2-player co-op. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah. I had to swap over games, and I didn't swap over yet. All right, my fault.
Oh, okay.
You're good. You're good.
Fair enough. You're fair enough. That's the last one. So Sonic Origins Plus is the last one for the
ladies and gentlemen. That's Sonic ending it off on a Sonic game. Don't get me too excited. Look, that is your upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you find something in there that is for you, that you will enjoy. Look, shout out to everybody who's going to be playing Final Fantasy 16. Hopefully you have a good time. I know they were talking about the demo is an old build. Again, for that game to be 60 frames on the PlayStation console, personally, I feel like it's unacceptable. I wouldn't invest in the game even if I had a PlayStation 5 for that reason. Will never play action games lower than 60 frames. Point blank, period. It is what it is. You can say, oh, well, still, you used to play games this way all the time, and and let me tell you something. I have a choice, right? Some people don't have a choice. You can play the game however you want to play the game, right? For me, 60 frames standard for me. Not dealing with 30 frames unless I'm absolutely forced to have to deal with it. There's too many games that, in my personal belief, and we'll get into that in the Starfield conversation because we're about to get that ramped up right now.
Yep.
There's too many games that, in my personal belief, that deserves to be 60. And for me, like I've iterated previously on this podcast, 60 is not just about frame rate for me. Because if we were talking about caring about frame rate, I would be talking about 120 frames. If I was really trying to be a frame whore or whatever the case. For me, I just want people to understand what the feeling of playing games natively in them being 60 frames. That's all. I want there to be a universal understanding of why I personally feel that 60 frames is more important to the overall feel of your game than anything else. Now, with that said, there was a game that sparked this controversy right on back up. And there's a lot that goes into this conversation that we're about to have in chat. I want you guys to get involved as much as possible with what you feel, what you care about, what you don't care about, and whether you feel like the conversation is pointless, because you're going to play it day one regardless. And it's a little game known as Starfield. So this past week, we had the Xbox showcase that happened, along with some other showcases that we'll definitely get into. This recent showcase was probably one of the best the Xbox has done in quite some time. The showcase for me was a 10 out of 10 due to pacing, the games that were shown, and the overall feeling that I was left with after viewing that showcase from Xbox. One of the most strongest points, and I do believe that they kind of saved this E3 time of the year with what they were able to show. And shout out to Dragonheart, yo, behold the wars.
What's up, legend? And Fahim, no, I was not making that name up.
So look, but we got to start off with Starfield. One, because I know it's going to be a decent sized conversation. It stems many different directions, right?
Yeah.
I want the overall point to be known that we are talking about Starfield up front. So Pong, if you want to use that for timestamps or whichever the case, leave it up to you.
I already got it, brother.
Or in audio, and guys on the audio sides of things, this is where we begin it. So, 60 frames, Starfield. 30 frames, Starfield. What is going on in this conversation? What is going on after that most recent showcase, that developer blowout that we got for Starfield? Let's see. Pong, what is the best way to approach this situation? Because it is multifaceted, right?
What, the frames issue in particular?
No, just the conversation of Starfield in totality, right? The 30 and the 60 frames is definitely part of that conversation, right?
Well, but we can get that out of the way front and then just roll into breaking down Starfield.
So lead off with the bad,
let's just get right. Let's just get that out of the way,
okay,
real quick, because honestly, the conversation at this point, like I said, I told you all. All right, I'll just start it off here, Steele, because I've been one of the hype men for Starfield, along with a lot of people at this point, right? I've been the hype man out here talking about Starfield. So you guys have heard me talking about it a lot as the years have gone on, and we get to this point of coming up to launch and the direct. And I said all along when we started talking about whether or not Starfield was going to be 30 frames, that I would be playing it either way as a console-only guy. Now, obviously, things have changed. I've got my PC. I'm not going to have to play it at 30 frames. However, as I said before, that if Todd and the A-Team decided to come out and announce that Starfield was going to launch at 30 frames only, that I'd be back here talking about it. Because I do still stand up for the console, because I'm going to be playing it at some point on my console, I imagine. At some point, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. But I still care about the console owners, the console-only owners out there. And especially because Starfield, and we can talk about it a little bit, spec-wise, you're going to need a very decent computer to get consistent 60 frames, by the way it's looking right now. You're going to need a decent one.
Currently, you need at least a 2080, which right now...
And we don't know if it's going to hold it, right? There's some people claiming that you're going to need a current card to hold it at 60.
For the minimum, for the recommended spec to be a 2080 Super and a 3600 Ryzen.
Yeah.
Again, I know that's people say that's 1080p resolution. Yep. Great. I get you. I get what you're saying.
Right.
3600 Ryzen though. I mean, look. I'll let you go further, Pong.
Yeah.
PC hardware is complicated, right? Not everything is just black and white. There's a ton of gray area. And me throwing in recommended spec, again, recommended spec for graphics is a 2080. And then for the processor is a Ryzen 3600. The Ryzen 3600 would be a generation behind, was actually almost 3 generations behind as far as processors go. Yep. Between the 3600 and my 5900X that I have, which is a 12-core, 24-thread processor. I'm just using this as an example. It is separated by a generation. For me to go back to get a 3000 series processor, for an example, even at the same one, like if I got a 3900X, whatever, same thing, same core, same thread, I would still see about a 25 to 50% boost in performance, jumping between the generation to generation, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why because for whatever reason, Ryzen skipped 4. They skipped 4 and went to 5. So they went from 3 to 5, and then now they're doing 7. They're not doing 6. I know why they're doing it, because it's kind of how they have their own number set up anyway. But now they're in 7. So there's a 2 generational difference between what they're using for recommended specs and what is currently available on the market. Ladies and gentlemen, do not get confused and have people make you think that you have to go buy out the latest and greatest to try to go play this game. It's just not the case.
Mm.
Now,
no, it's not.
If you're going for longevity, there's a different conversation to be had there. But if you're all around just trying to get a computer built for this game, or trying to have an understanding of what's going to be required to run this game, again, nothing to take away from the game. But if they are recommending, even at 1080p, which is common setup, a 2080 and a Ryzen 3600, I can understand why the consoles may have some time and some issues with optimization, or why the game would need to run at 30 frames on the consoles. I understand and I get it. but there's also other things in the consoles that we were sold on and that we were marketed to. And again, you can say, oh, why'd you believe any of that stuff? Again, these are the things that are supposed to be different about this generation that weren't in existence before, right? That's another big piece of the puzzle. Again, you can't make direct correlations with both.
Yep.
I will also continue to say this. Consoles were made to do very specific things. Computers are designed to do a multitude of things, not just
Correct.
be gaming devices.
Correct.
So there's going to be a vast price difference when you have the capability to choose how much performance you can or cannot have.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But because we have not seen the full potential of our current hardware, I cannot use this game as a reason to why people are saying we need better hardware. And the biggest reason I'll say is, and I'll leave off with this because I do kind of want to go back and forth a little bit, but I'm gonna let Pong run it mostly because this is definitely a more passionate conversation for him. But of course, I gotta throw mine in there though because I'm interested, and I like to stand on my lines. But my overall point to saying this is, even Phil Spencer and Todd have both said it is not the hardware that is not allowing them to do 60. They never said that. They said it was creative decision. And Pong has consistently made a good point. As there's been some others out there that have focused in on this point, and it's a point that I can appreciate because I do understand the perspective, knowing that it would never work, but I understand the perspective. If it was for creative decision reasons, then the game should be locked everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It should be. That's, again, when it comes to that it cannot be selective creative decision. Now, again, it's his game. Gaming is art, should be treated as such. So I get it. But at the end of the day, if you're going to say it's because of creative decisions, then it has to be locked to that frame rate everywhere. That's not why. They did also, Todd at least, also said that he didn't want to sacrifice fidelity for performance. That's a key point that a lot of people are skimming over and not paying attention to, which is fine because Todd has also said previously that he does not mind 30 frames. Now people are using that as, oh, he's always said this and this, that, and another thing. Ooh, look. I also don't believe that Todd Howard as a creative doesn't understand the feeling of a 60 frames game versus a game at 30. But I get scope. And I also get if right now when you're going for release, you want the best optimized game that you have probably ever released. Makes sense.
Correct.
What doesn't make sense is people now coming out and saying that the hardware is just incapable of doing. Tim, you make a good point, and I hear what you're saying. You're going to be able to collect 1,000 sandwiches that needs more CPU cycles, so 30 frames. I get what you're saying on a technical aspect. But again, and this isn't going to be a point that can be proven until the game comes out. But we don't know what the game is going to fully need or what's going to be capable or what's possible until it comes out regardless. The only thing that I will say is this, and then I will back it off the Pong. One, there are so many different technologies that we've been sold on that they've talked about, whether it be FSR, dynamic resolution, upscaling techniques, velocity architecture, the Kraken on PlayStation side, all these wonderful and beautiful things. And again, Starfield could be using some of this because this is also one of the few games on PC that is deliberately telling you need an SSD.
Yep.
On a minimum and recommended SSD. Do not put this game on a hard drive. That is them blatantly telling you that. So boom, I can see how there is already going to be a difference. That IO throughput for the memory and all of that is going to be utilized more so for this game than other games. What I want to say secondly all the people that are speaking in absolutes saying that, oh, well, this game isn't going to be able to do this for X amount of time for years and years because the hardware just right now isn't capable until we get a Elite or a Pro or an Xbox Series 2 or whichever the case. If this game within the next 6 months has an official, and I will tie official 60 frames patch to it, and all these people who are talking in absolutes and saying that it's not possible in our current hardware and are using that as your main talking point, I need you to wrap yourself in bubble wrap and roll yourself down a hill. Please. Because if this game 6 months later comes out with a 60 frames official patch, that means the game was capable from the very beginning and they needed time. Which to me then speaks to, then why didn't you give me the option up front? Why didn't you just be honest with us up front? That, and again, I know I'm speaking for a small base. Normies aren't going to care about this. They're just going to play the game and they're going to take it for what it is. But for the people that are listening, that are interested and want to talk, if a 60 frames patch, I'm not talking about 4 years from now, like some other people are coming out and say, oh yeah, it's going to be 4 years from now. They're going to have to drop this big update and it's going to be like Skyrim. It's going to be like this game. It's going to be like this game. What year are we living in? What game has used the full potential of the hardware? Starfield, as vast as it is, as grand as it's going to be, is still not a next generation game. It's going to be a next generation defining game because of the possibilities within it. But the game started development before the series consoles were necessarily in existence.
But they didn't know.
They had an idea for sure. They had an idea for sure.
And that's why they decided to make it now, right, Steel? Is because tech finally caught up.
Yes. There's a multitude of different facets. But
yeah,
it is also hard when you're in, and I'd imagine in game development, when you're creating a game and you're looking at the full scope of development and what's going to be possible without truly knowing what is possible. They could not have known what the possibilities of dynamic resolution were then. They couldn't have known the possibilities of FSR or DLSS were during that time. There's a lot of things that are currently being developed and being used to help performance in games that were not considered during early development.
Correct.
So would have an impact on the overall design of the game.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
That is all that I'm saying. I'm not saying that the game is not, it's going to be, it was possible on Xbox One.
Hell
no. I'm not saying that.
This thing would not be able to run on
if Cyberpunk had problems running on that last gen hardware, then this game is going to have severe problems running on that next gen. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that there was some of that had to be taken in consideration because a lot of the things that are used to help gain performance today, they probably were not able to implement yet. And I personally do not believe that we have reached the potential of what the hardware is capable of. And what I will also say is, if we are saying that Starfield is the game that is going to define the entire generation as far as what is possible, then when we get to the end of this generation, please do not tell me that there's other games that look better, play better, feel better, or whatever the case may be. Because it always happens. Right? We get to the end of a generation, we got better games than we've ever did the previous 5 years. It happens. I just want to take the conversation in complete totality. And boss, I get what you're saying. It does make it next gen. The only thing that I'm speaking to is that as far as development goes,
right,
taking the full breadth of the game for what it is and how game development works. It takes 6 to 7 years to make a game now, right? Matt Booty even came out and said, hey, we need gamers to realize it takes this long, 5 to 6 years to create games now, not 2 to 3 like it used to. And even then, it wasn't taking that long. It was taking 4 to 6 years anyway.
We just didn't know.
Most people didn't know, right?
Right.
It was already been taking a huge amount of time. But if game development, if we're going to be consistent and have this conversation, then you have to admit, you go back 6 years from now, what were we doing then? Right. Well, I mean, like 6 years from now, well, that would take it back to what, 2017?
Mm-hmm.
We were getting the Xbox One X.
Mm-hmm.
Like think about that, like that development time difference. Sure, they could have had whatchamacallums. They could have had prototypes for the Xbox Series consoles and stuff like that out there. But again, that console didn't release until 2020. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't 2019. It was 2020 when the Xbox Series consoles released, correct?
Correct.
So there's a 3-year difference already in development that you would be starting behind the ball, estimating what's going to be possible.
Yeah.
So again, in 6 months, if there ends up being a 60 frame patch, then everybody who is saying that, oh, this isn't possible in our current hardware and they're doing things is way beyond and it's never going to run at 60 and everybody needs to get over it. And if you can't get over it, then you need to get a PC and do all these other great things. Everybody that's talking in absolutes, please wrap yourself up in bubble wrap and roll yourself down a hill. Anyway, please continue, because I know for you, regardless whether the game was going to be at 30 or 60, regardless, you would have played it. It wouldn't have hindered you from the experience. Now, again, I'll freely admit that I have a PC, so I have different ways to access things that most people may not. But I still understand. I can understand where the console player is coming from, or where the gamer that may not have multitudes of options. And I don't think that the answer is, oh, get over it.
No.
I don't think, personally, for me, for conversation, I don't think that that's the proper way to approach it. But I know that me and you were different in that, Pong, as far as on Living Split Screen. We like to have these conversations. We like to be open in the dialogue that we have. We like to be more so on that RTS front, pulling ourselves out of the world and looking at the darker areas of the map. So for you, because I know you also have a very divisive and maybe very argumentative point as far as Starfield goes, which I also brought up in my point.
Yeah, you did.
But how do you feel about this entire snafu, man?
Yeah, no, as I set it up, like I said, I was going to be back here no matter what, because I think console owners in 2023, with everything that has been told to us, with everything that has been described, and this is coming from a non-tech guy. Steele just came from the tech perspective, who understands better about the tech and what can and can be done. Obviously, I've talked to plenty of people like Steele, 3-Bit, who's an actual game developer, all this stuff. So I have a core understanding, but just from a guy who was just up until recently a console only dude and has been for decades. Okay. Not somebody who's been in and out, had peace, none of that. I was a console straight player. The fact that they presented these consoles the way they did this generation, and I know things change, and I know that games get more ambitious, all that stuff. I understand all that. I've read all the developers coming out saying why Starfield can't be more than 30 frames on console. I watched the Digital Foundry breakdown with John and Alex, which they did a fantastic job going through this game. Again, say what you want about Digital Foundry. When they do full breakdowns, they do a great job explaining it to the masses. And it was an awesome video.
But even they talked in some absolutes. And
correct. But they didn't too, because John did say what I'm about to say. Console owners should be given an option. That's all. I'm not I've never asked. I'm not being entitled in any way, shape, or form. The fact is that now the hardware is where it's at. The option should be given. Just 2 options, not all the PC options. I don't expect that for console, but 2 options. And when Todd in his interview says there are times on the Series X when this game is running above 60, it's just not stable. So we locked it down. When Phil comes out in his interview in Giant Bomb and says it's a creative choice, not a problem with the hardware, I'm taking those at face value. Okay? And so if you're going to tell me that no, they couldn't get it at a lock 60, right? They couldn't get it locked at 60. Okay, I understand that. You can't lock it down. Then give the option for console players who do have VRR, which is becoming more prevalent and is absolutely done well in the Xbox Series X, especially. Right. John broke this down on Digital Foundry as well. If it's not a lock 60, still present the option of a performance, unlocked frame rate, VRR mode, and let people decide how they want to play it. If it's a shitty mode, again, I think most gamers nowadays, the ones that are going to care about that mode, understand if you came out and said, hey, it's unlocked, your experiences may vary depending on your setup.
Right.
I think most gamers nowadays are going to accept that, and it's not going to be a negative against the game. But you give them the option anyways. And then later on through optimization, because you're not going to tell me that Bethesda is going to walk away. They're going to drop the game and walk away. No, there's going to be patches after patches after patches for this game, like there is with every game nowadays. As they optimize it more and more, who's to say that mode doesn't become more and more viable, even if out the gate, it isn't necessarily the best experience for everybody. I think in 2023, these games should give the option and let the player choose what they want to do. I will fight for that tooth and nail at the end of the day. Because again, I understand everybody's explained it. Everybody's broken it down. I understand the scope size. I understand all the mechanics, the systems behind it. I've been playing Bethesda games for a long time, and what I saw blew my mind.
Yes.
This is on another level. So I get all of that. But the fact is, I've got to take Todd and Phil's word as they state it. And if that's not the case, if there's more to it than creative choice, if there's more to it behind the scenes as to why you chose this mode, then break that down for us. I've been asking this of all developers. Stop treating us like this is 20 years ago where gamers really had no idea. And again, I'm not talking about the masses. We already know the masses don't give a shit.
Right.
We know that. Jaffe did a funny ass video where he was calling GameStop. It was perfect, asking what people's responses were to Starfield not being 60 frames at the stores. It was awesome because people don't give a shit. They don't. They don't walk in and care. But for those of us that now is a much larger group of gamers who are more educated than we were in the past, who do understand some basic concepts of development and core, come out and give us an explanation of what's going on. No, you don't have to lay out everything, but to just come out and say, I wanted to maintain the fidelity. It was a creative choice. And then Phil saying it's not a hardware limitation. What? Okay, then I'm going to take you up front on that. Okay, so if that's not, then like Steele said, my point is, if it is creative, if it is Todd's vision that this game be cinematic, which he stated he loves, if this is to be cinematic and give everybody the best possible experience, then lock it down across the board. Mm-hmm. And to Steele's point, and Jasper said, everybody I've talked to,
it's not going to work on PC.
No, it's not going to work. PC, play. But
if that's your creative vision,
that's your creative vision. Lock it down. Make people go do the work to unlock it on the PC. But that would be them doing it. Your creative vision came out the way that you felt it was, that it needed to be, right?
You patch protect it. Now we unlock
right.
the
Right. Exactly.
You could.
Right.
Again, that's not ever going to work on PC.
No, it's not. But But if that's
If
truly
it's creative
the case,
vision, not selective.
It can't be for one on console and something completely different on PC. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And again, I'm not asking, never will, that they give us the same amount of options that you have on a PC to control your experience on a console.
Yes,
no,
two.
I'm not. Just two, just minimum of two. That's it, right? And so for me, that's where I stood at. And like I said from the beginning, when I talked about Starfield, I said from day one. And again, for a reminder, I'm not a person who has a problem with 30 frames at all. I still go play 360 games on my 360.
Yeah.
Okay. I grew up through all the decades playing all different frames. 30 frames still to this day doesn't bother me. I played games that used to run around 15 frames. And if anybody remembers Oblivion, come on, man. They had to fake the game. The game would still play, but they were resetting
the console,
the system in the background, like to get that.
You never knew.
You never knew.
It's tricks.
But I'm saying the frames were not 30 frames.
But that point right there, Pong, is also the difference between console gaming and PC gaming, because the magic about consoles also is the way that the developers were able to use what they had to create the games that they were making on those consoles. Versus, you had all this horsepower and all this resources available to make the games on PC, whichever the case. But when it came to consoles, you had to be creative in what you used to bring these games to life. That's what makes consoles unique above anything else. That's why I don't think that consoles should become more PC-ish, because what makes consoles unique is the thing that I believe drives innovation in gaming. Being forced to do things and look at things differently to accomplish a goal.
Yeah, right.
And Alvis says in chat, he says, I mean, PC is an open platform. I feel this is self-explanatory why they didn't lock it PC. Correct. And Alvin, I get what and again, that's what we're saying, but in that same breath, you cannot say that this is we're doing this for creative reasons. As an artist, you don't do something creatively and then just let it be open to everybody. Say, oh, this is my choice, I'm sticking to it, and then somebody else gets it and they make a change and you say, that's okay.
You guys here can change my vision, but you guys over here can't.
That's called selective creative vision, which is fine. I mean, as an artist, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
But it's also contradictory in some ways, because again, as open as PC is as a platform, that wall would just be a wall. They would break it down. You'd play the game however you wanted to. Yep. So saying that, it's an open platform. I mean, that's, for me, that's kind of a duh scenario, because of course
they don't do it.
That's exactly why they don't.
Right.
But if it, again, was for creative reasons, then they could have, and you would have got around it regardless. Right. And that would have been up to them if you were afraid that the game was going to perform at a weird way, or whichever the case may be. It's just an additional angle to look at that perspective, right? That's all. Because it is weird in some aspects how that comes across. And Boss makes a point here. Shout out to you, Boss. He says, do y'all think it's the creation engine is limited? And I don't know necessarily if it's because of the creation engine. I do think that it could play parts that maybe it doesn't play as nice. I also know that Bethesda has a lot more experience in the PC realm versus in the console realm. So it is very well possible that the console version just isn't optimized at the best level and ready to run at that higher frame rate. Right? Again, if it's on console running at 30 frames, great. If that's that's how they're going to release it, then great. But then they'll also in the same sentence say that, it gets above that in moments. We're releasing. My other side of that coin is also going to be the game is releasing in 4K.
Yeah.
4K 30. which adds to my point that I was making earlier about the upscaling techniques and the other performance gains that they could use, FSR, which we know they have to use AMD's version because they have that hardware.
And Digital Foundry Steel did say that some of the scenes in Starfield are up-resed. That they're actually at like 1296 or something like that.
Okay.
They counted.
But if that's the case,
yeah,
you also can't misinterpret and sell people on fake 4K.
Right.
Because then it's not 4K.
And you notice they didn't say native.
They didn't. There's a lot of games that don't do that though.
Right. But I'm saying normally Xbox does promote that native 4K if it truly is. So, but again, we'll see. This isn't final product. What we saw here wasn't final product. So we don't know for sure.
And we don't know what the end result's going to be. Again, nothing against the game, nothing against the hardware, nothing against what is possible, what's not possible. We're not developers. We're going to take the ECP, the educated consumer perspective. I have an idea of how these things work, and we don't know how or what's holding back the game until we get it at full release. I just think, and in my belief, and from what I know and the research that I've done, that you can't put out for me, in my thought process, right? The recommended spec is an SSD, a 2080, and a Ryzen 3600 processor. That is along the lines of what's possible on consoles. I do think that the consoles are a little bit better than that, design-wise. Again, I'm not saying by much. They're not all of a sudden the newest hardware, whichever the case. Not saying that.
Right.
But I do think they're at least of the echelon to be able to accomplish things that aren't quite possible that weren't possible in previous generations.
Right. Correct.
I don't think that Starfield is going so above and beyond everything that we've ever seen, and I could be proven wrong. They're doing a lot, but it's also, for me, at least in my aspect, and this is me being a Bethesda casual, a lot of the things that they're doing is what I would expect in their game. Because that's what they have traditionally done. Is it going to be on a grander scale? You goddamn right. What hardware was those other consoles, what those other games on? That they were created on? What console was Skyrim created for? What console was Fallout 4 created for?
And
that's my but that's why I say we have to use that ECP, because at the same time, think about it.
But the fidelity
they are, but the hardware is also supposed to be more capable of
Right. No, that's the way it was promoted.
Of other things because of how it's promoted. Now, if that's not the case, then again, it's still a means for a conversation piece to why there isn't at least an additional option. There's a lot of games that come out with these options. And again, I know it's going to take work and I know it's going to take time, but if you can play the game at 1080p, you don't have to give the option on the Series S. And that's but on the Series X, on the Series X only, you can say that on the Series X, we have this 4K 30 mode, and then we have this 1080p unlock frame rate mode. Right?
Yep.
And it's an option. You don't have to play it. We recommend it can be a title screen. They give you a splash screen for everything else, almost non-needed BS in a lot of these games. You can it's easily give somebody, just the same way you give the seizure warning screen, you can give somebody the, hey, by the way, we recommend you play in quality mode. We give you two options, but quality mode is the one you should pick. Hey, great.
That's fine.
That's all, and that's all that I'm ever saying. Please stop talking in absolutes, though, and saying that this is never going to be possible.
No, and also stop talking that, the 30 frames narrative. Thankfully, I knew that was going to be the talk of, obviously, the console warriors and the clown show on the other side. Obviously, I knew that was coming. I'm glad they got steamrolled, because, again, that doesn't make Starfield trash either. Just because it's got only 30 frames. Mode,
far from.
That doesn't make it trash, because there are 30 frames games, Forza Horizon being one, that if you play, I've tried it in 30 frames, and honestly, if that was the only option,
Lord,
I thought it was okay, Steel.
I
honestly thought it was okay.
I can't.
I know, but as far as racers go, and racing is an extreme, because obviously, just like first-person shooters, the more frames, the better in racing, right? That's just
it's also one of those. And racing games are also one of the types that where You can also tell a difference between 60 to 120.
Yes.
It's another one of those that gives you a good example of what those differences.
But I'm just saying it was good for a 30 frames mode.
And on consoles,
it's hard on the eyes.
And on consoles, it's different. On consoles, it's different too. 30 is different on consoles because of how they optimize it and how they use the frame timing.
Also, the big screen is different than the PC screen by a long shot.
Yes.
So, but anyways, that's enough talk about the 3060. No, I don't excuse it. I think there should be options, and I think there's some hypocrisy if we take them at face value. I think there's some hypocrisy. I wish we get a better explanation from them themselves. I think us as educated consumers nowadays can handle it and can understand it better if you come out and explain it. Right. But again, Phil saying it's not a hardware limitation, end of story right there. Then again, that tells, if I'm going to take that as the gospel truth at face value, then that means you could have given everybody an option and let people choose, right? Whether or not it was the best of options doesn't matter. You still could give them the option, because I can guarantee you, knowing that there are people who love 60 frames so much, they'd be willing to play this game at 1080. Yeah. They'd be willing to take that hit on the graphics to play it at 60. I can guarantee you that. Now, how big of an audience that is doesn't matter. Again, just give us the option. Let us all choose as gamers. End of story. We crushed it. 30, 60 frames. That's enough of that, because we got to talk
about Starfield,
the direct itself, and what this game is potentially bringing to us. There are people out here, and I've watched a ton of reaction videos from across the board. People I never watch, like Angry Joe. Never watch Angry Joe ever. Could care less. Watch his reactions. For the most part, the majority of people that watch this direct were absolutely mind-blowing. And that includes huge Bethesda fans like Maddie Plays, like myself, people that already expected the best from Bethesda. Still, this went up and beyond.
Oh yeah,
we were joking about it, or Phil even made the comment during his infamous interview now with Kind of Funny, where he said, even if Starfield was an 11 out of 10, the PlayStation players wouldn't be, selling their PlayStations to come over to Xbox. Right. For me, this direct, and it's not the game itself, and we'll wait until the game launches, but this direct itself was an 11 out of 10. And I believe, and I agree with the people saying this is the best deep dive of a game ever. I can't remember any other game being shown to this degree, in any greater form than what we saw on Sunday. And I think that this was the ultimate topper to an already great showcase, which we'll get into later. But Starfield itself, Todd and the A-Team showed up exactly how we thought they would, Steel, or at least I did, that people forget and need to be reminded what it means when Todd comes, when he brings an IP to the table, and what that means. So many people have diluted the conversation with Fallout 76 through the years. So many people have jumped on as time has gone on that Todd is always a liar. There's all these videos out there. And yes, has he said some things that have been not true or turned out to be not true or misconstrued? Absolutely.
Mind you, Pong, that Fallout 76 is still, and has to be, apparently, a decently successful game.
It is.
Because they keep making content for it. They even have some content that makes me want to play it because it says it's Steel Rain.
15 million players. 15 million players still.
15 million players. Yeah, Fallout 76, it has DLC that's called Steel Rain.
Yeah.
It literally makes me want to play it. I like, it's a motivational fact, but nonetheless, like Fallout 76 could have released, and they could have literally, again, you see other games have done it. You had to do it with games like Bleeding Edge. You had to do it with games like Babylon's Fall that came out from Square Enix and it died. Games can come out and they can die and fall flat in their face, and Fallout 76 was going that very same path.
Yeah. But they fix it.
They just announced new DLC for it at the showcase, and people are complaining about it. Oh, well, more Fallout 76 DLC. I mean, when you have a 15 million player base, I mean, that's not something to just say, oh, they're irrelevant now. No, it's not like 100 million like Final Fantasy is, but there's very rare where an MMO blows up that big. But if you have a 15 million, 10 million consistent player base that is constantly investing, Tim DeSarcer says he looked up himself again, 9 to 10 million, bro.
Yep.
That's a pretty successful game. It might not be for you. It might not be for me.
People jump back in all the time. Yeah. Yeah.
It has you're right. And people say there's a 54 on meta and there's a lowest score. Yeah. Bro.
Don't matter now.
And that shows what support can do.
Right.
I'll fall upon. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Because it's important. Because again, the conversation has been diluted by Fallout 76, by the unbelievers, by the haters, by the people who just like to jump on that train. It's very easy to point to Fallout 76 being the last title that came out with Todd's name on it. Everybody skips over the fact that it was not the A team that did that game. Everybody does not know or refuses to acknowledge that that was under ZeniMax's leadership prior to the acquisition, when they were going to this they were forcing these games out. Again, none of that matters. All you have to do is look at the history of what Todd and this team has done, and that's where I had the confidence from day one that they were going to deliver. They have delivered, some better than others, but all still at a great or above level. All of them. And Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, some people put Fallout 4 in this category, but we can argue back and forth on Fallout 4.
It's come back. Again, it's one of the top modern games in existence right now.
It is. And there's people still playing to this day. But I'll just, for this conversation, for sure, three rock-solid generational Game of the Year games. Generational defining games where people still are talking about Oblivion to this day as the greatest all time. There's still an argument to be had between that and Skyrim. Morrowind on PC, that was Xbox's first one. That was an exclusive way back on the original OG Xbox. Morrowind on PC is still being modded to this day and still being brought back to life over and over again. That history doesn't get erased by anybody. That's why I knew they were going to come with the ultimate type of game that Todd has been thinking about now for 20 plus years, that they said couldn't be done because of the tech. Now's the time. Todd is getting to the end of his career, as sad as that is to say. He mentioned that the next Elder Scrolls could be his last Elder Scrolls. Todd is coming to the end of his career. He knew he had to do this game. And what they showed at the Direct Steel is decades of work in mastering what you do best, which is something from a sandbox RPG that nobody else can do. Nobody. People have come close. People have tried. Again, Cyberpunk shows CD Projekt Red has the ability to come in that area, but there is only one Bethesda. There is only one of these teams under the lead of Todd that can do this type of game, and they put everything they've learned from all of their greatest hits into this one title and brought us into a sandbox universe. No longer just a sandbox world, a sandbox universe. And what this Direct did was absolutely come with the hammer, because Steel, again, for all the people who said Todd talks a lot of things and, he shoots for the moon and lands amongst the stars, and there's, everything that they talked about in the Direct, every point that they were trying to make, every mechanic that they talked about, they showed you working on the screen. Now, is this game going to come out bug-free? Of course not. Is this game going to not have certain issues that pop up when millions of people are playing it? Probably, chances are, as much as Microsoft is saying they've got every single QA person that they have on this game, it's still probably going to have that just because of the scope.
Right.
But the point of fact is, unlike other games, when Todd talked about other games, they did show gameplay like Fallout 3, etc. But when he started talking about other things that you'd be able to do in the game, a lot of times the presentations didn't have the video to back it up. This one did. Again, when he said, you can board the ships and take a more personal approach if you want to. They showed it. They showed you docking to a ship and going on board and then stealing that ship after you blew everybody away. That's the difference here. And that's what I believe made the biggest impact in this presentation for over 40 minutes long, was that you got to witness it with your own eyes. It wasn't just hearing Todd talk about things that you could potentially could do. You saw it. You saw it pull it. Again, the scope here. So, Steele, since I kind of set this up here.
The scope is vast.
Yeah, it's beyond vast. Like, it's still mind-boggling to talk about. And you want something funny, go watch PM and the PM this week where we had Scalzi on. Again, Scalzi, one of the coolest dudes in the community, one of the nicest guys. He's a game developer now. He's working on with original Bethesda members on a new open world game himself. But he has been following Bethesda for as long as anybody in this community. He knows the lore. He knows all the ins and outs of Bethesda, all that stuff. Even him talking with me and Mav on PM the PM on Thursday, he was getting flabbergasted. Because his mind was racing as we were talking, and he's already watched it. He's breaking it down, the direct for his own videos, but he was getting flabbergasted just talking with me and Mav through this because we were going off on tangents all over the place when we were talking about different things. That's how big this game is. So again, just want to kind of get your, we'll deep dive. I don't know how you want to work this, Steele, because there's so much to cover with this game. But I kind of want to start with your general feeling on the direct. Obviously, I was there live with you with the reactions and all that kind of stuff, and we got to talk about it with Boxenberger and Dutch.
I was also having my power cut off that day.
Yes, your power cut off. You were watching on the phone. Yeah, you were watching on the phone, all that kind of stuff. But I kind of want to get your overview now as somebody who has admittedly said time and time again, not the biggest Bethesda fan. Your wife's played more Bethesda than you have, right? You just got done talking about earlier how you tried Skyrim 10 times, you installed it, blah, blah, blah. I want to know from you, from that aspect, as somebody who certainly was excited for this game. I helped that along. Obviously, you're on hearing me constantly hype it up all the time, right? But as somebody who not necessarily single player experience, no multiplayer, what were your initial thoughts now that actually not initial because I already know your initial, but now that you've kind of settled into it, right? And you've kind of heard, and you probably watched a little bit of it and you've seen clips and heard more about it as we've gone along. Where are you at now with Starfield? What did this direct do for you as somebody who maybe wasn't like the extreme hype like me, right? That you're not like off the chart, but you were excited. Did this push it up for you now? Or is it starting to build a little bit more for you? Where are you at with this one, Steve?
Ooh, I'm in a couple different places. And Mav, you joined in the perfect time for the speculation.
Yes,
this
sir.
is about you had just jumped into this game with me on Diablo, and we're about to fight the Butcher here coming up. Tier 4 Butcher, by the way. So we had some fun. We ended up beating him. Spoiler alert, but. Yeah, he wanted to. He asked yesterday if it was going to be on the show today. I was like, yeah, I was recording gameplay yesterday, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna end up being on there. So we handled it. We did it. We did our thing. But anyway, Starfield. Time and time again, I'm going to reiterate that I am not the Bethesda dude. Again, I will reiterate that the closest grain of salt that I could compare to is going to be Elder Scrolls Online. And Elder Scrolls Online is a game that when I played, and I'll admittedly say this, although I did still play more third person than I did first, where I literally didn't mind playing first or third because of how I was able to get hands on with pretty much everything within the game. Elder Scrolls Online is one of those games that I played that made me completely feel why people got hype about those types of games, why people like Skyrim the way that they did, why people liked Oblivion the way that they did, because I wasn't willing to go back, especially on the Xbox One era, to go back and try to play those games in their old form. Especially a lot of those games were made on 360, right, and older. So that's where it all started, and I put at least bare minimum 100 hours in that game. I know I put way more than that, but I have so many memories that'll stick with me for a long time with that game, with, you know, getting turned into a werewolf and fighting vampires, and you know, the creativity that spawned in that, and how people grouped up and you know, made an event out of it, and there was like a whole community that really made this game become a whole different world within itself. And I think it's where I really started seeing that mantra of gaming as art should be treated as such, although I didn't really realize or come to that saying until Everbore kind of brought it into reality for me, so shout out to him. But I think it's one of the plainest examples that have been made to me, especially in my older years, of what's truly possible in games, and what can make them expansive. Starfield has taken that idea and put it into something that I actually care about more so, which is space, right? The idea of jumping into a spaceship and going to a space station, but not only that in this game, because it is a little bit into the future, still grounded in reality. It's a more realistic approach. Like Jasper made the point yesterday, you know, you kind of wish that this is the world that you kind of came up in. We'll see how true that is going to be, because a lot of these worlds end up being real messed up. But this is one of those worlds where you want to kind of get involved with, because this could be a reality. You know what I mean? This could be
grounded. It's grounded.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. That's my overall.
It's
point
not Mass Effect. It's grounded.
No,
something
exactly.
We could see, which is exactly what
something that's more relatable to what's possible today. But I also think that that's what makes Bethesda unique, because they put those elements in their games. Hey, if this was possible in reality, these are what you would be able to do, right? And I'm getting that from Starfield, man. The thought of me building my personal ship. Again, I'm going to try to create the Millennium Falcon. I'm also me being the cosmetic dude, because the game is more single player focused, and I have stepped into more of that. I wouldn't necessarily more the single player realm, but I have made some of these games that are more palatable, but it is because they fit what I look for in a game, right? I like to throw myself in these worlds and be in them for some time, not just, oh, here's a 15-hour playthrough and then I'm done with the game, because I'm never going to play it again because of how I approach games, and I don't see value in that. Getting so invested into something. There's very few games that do that. Asura's Wrath is one of those. You know, I will forever remember that game, although I only played it once. That game made such an impact on me in the 360 generation, of knowing like, oh wow, these games still take it over the top, and they're not afraid to be just games, and take their story into perspective, and use their story elements and bring them to life. And that's what Starfield's going to do. The thought of, again, that ending trailer, that ending little snippet of using force powers is literally the most gripping part of all of it, because when does that even come into play? You showed me all these other systems in this game, and those are things that people are going to get hung up on, and you people that love Bethesda games are going to be in all these other elements. Me, it's going to be like, I got to get the flies fit in the game. I got to have the best spacesuit. It's not even going to be the best, like, versatile suit. It's just going to be because it looks good. Like, still, why'd you put that one on? It looks good, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. And then, don't let them drop an Iron Man DLC or whatever the case. I'm going to be in the Iron Man suit. I'm not even in Starfield. I'm not even going to lie to you. But the combat too. Oh, well, I was wanting to continue with what I was going to go on with, the difference between me and you try hard. That's the guys and gals. I'm going to be trying to get fly, and I'm going to be trying to figure out if there are aliens out here, right? Because we've seen alien creatures, but we haven't seen like humanoid alien life out there. And you have these relics that are also part of the game. Like there's this ever growing story that I have no idea about. And traditionally, Bethesda games are known to have stories that are not only grand, but have ever branching trees that take you many different directions and, iterating on the point. I mean, Paul tells me all the time that, Skyrim, not many people don't have the same experience in Skyrim, right? And that is a game that is pretty much kind of same across the board. You're given one world. You're talking about a Starfield, the game that has 1,000 planets. And again, no, not every planet's going to have fucking life on it, because even in reality, all planets don't have life on them. But it's not going to be like it was in Mass Effect, where you're just scanning them for resources, or in No Man's Sky, where literally it's all procedurally generated. And once you see a pattern of these planets, the wonder goes away. Mm-hmm. Because you can have an idea of, okay, the next procedurally printed, when you flying in and it loads in, and you're like, okay, this is familiar. I know what I'm coming to expect now.
Right.
They have said that there's more tailor-made items in this game than 3 of their previous games.
Skyrim and Fallout combined, yeah.
That is crazy to think about. There is more dialogue in this game, freedom of choice, the potential for you to break ties with one faction, do this with another faction. You got a smuggler's ring going on behind you. You're trying to keep the peace over here with this other faction. You're also trying to figure out why you're finding relics and getting weird powers all of a sudden, while also maintaining your kit, looking good, feeling the part, getting your gun together. I've already decided maybe I want to go sniper in AR. I need to be able to really hit people. I don't know, but I might need a pistol too, because some of these caves, some of those monsters look over aggressive.
They are.
I don't like using shotties.
You got some brood mothers in there. You got some brood mothers for sure.
And I don't like using shotties. So I want to see how the AR is going to push.
Looked good though.
It did. I want to play with the shotty a little bit, just because I want to see how it feels in low gravity, because they also let you know that they are paying attention to the detail in games, the little things that add on to the experience, the minutia of it all, right? The fact that your player is going to move based off of what you do. If you do a melee, if you shoot the gun, it makes you float backwards in low gravity. It's little things like that add an additional element to this game that get me uber excited about the potential of it. And not only that, this is going to be one of Bethesda's first games where I personally feel third person is one of their main objectives.
Yeah.
Right. Where they're making sure that experience is going to play good. It's going to feel good. It's going to, if that's the experience that you want to have, again, freedom of choice. They've shown it off too much at this point, especially from this last dev dive, the fucking deep dive that they did.
Yep.
Because it's not just they did a complete deep dive. This last deep dive showed me everything that I needed to see.
Yep.
Character development, your own character development, like the story progression.
Bethesda, we got 3 months to work on the beard stuff. Though.
Yeah, that's gotta get. I don't know if it's the lighting. I don't know what you got going on.
That was the low light. That beard was looking.
Some of the facial animations, and again, I said this when we were watching it, when I was watching it. Yeah. You could tell that. It's still not quite. It's still not quite there, right? And they don't mocap. It's still not quite there, and
that's okay.
But it being a Bethesda game, and again, I'm not going to excuse it. But I'm not expecting for this game to be God of War. I'm also not going to say that the game is ugly. It's not. My definition of what looks good and your definition of what looks good. If your definition is it has to look like Last of Us or God of War, or it has to look like Gears, or it has to look like the most graphically intensive games. It can still be graphically intensive without the characters looking like like it looks like you in real life. Like, it doesn't have to look like 2K, right? I don't get why people expect that out of every game, but you also want the game. You also, it's the same thing that it's the same problem that I have with Halo. Y'all want Bethesda to do all the things that they're also always known for, and then also expand that and do it top notch.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But then when the characters don't look like the most lifelike characters that you've ever seen, although it still looks good in their stylized art style for their game.
Yes.
And if you take it at face value, as this doesn't have to be the most realistic fucking game that I've ever played in my life.
Right.
Then I don't see how you see it as ugly. Maybe it's just not for you.
Right.
It's okay. Like I need people to get to a place where it's okay to just be like, you know what? Not for me. I do it all the time. Like I see games all the time that I legitimately will say, you know what? It's not for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I live with that. I don't judge it for whatever the case. I look at the innovation of it. Is it doing things that's different? Does it look like it could be fun? If it's none of those things, or maybe the art style doesn't speak to me, hey, it is what it is.
Nah, we don't need Joel Embiid in Starfield.
I don't need Michael Jordan in Starfield. I don't need, you know what I mean? I don't need Elon Musk in Starfield. Like you can have like maybe some representation. Like you can have that game's version of them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
He's just talking about the realism.
The realism. I got you. Yeah. For me, I don't look for that in my games. But I can't ride with people saying that it just doesn't look good, or, oh, this game looks like it was made last gen. So we're just going to ignore every other part of what's going on in this game.
Yeah.
All the other improvements that they've made, just the year improvement that they made from last year.
Right.
From showing the game.
The gunplay.
The gunplay feels complete. And Todd Howard came out because people assumed that, it came in and helped with that. Nope. Todd was like, it didn't help with that. He was like, the gun mechanics and all that, we did that. We went in and rebuilt it because we felt like it needed improvement. Yeah. It helped us with the graphics, with the visual representation, motion blur.
They implemented the id Tech motion blur into Creation Engine to help with the motion blur. They did help with the gunplay on Fallout 4, but this time around it was all Bethesda.
Yeah, it was all Todd work.
Fantastic,
and it's leagues better than it was before. I'm excited about it. That P90 that they had, that's like the best P90 I've ever seen. I like it. I like that.
That little montage. That's when I said call it Starfield, because that little montage they had when they were doing all the customization and they were showing off all the different weapons. That was a Call of Duty section.
Had attachments and everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to customize your gun and really get into it. Pong, I mean, I want you to get into, because you didn't give the example that Todd gave either. I know you did give it last night, but even that example is the perfect representation of what's going to be possible in this game that isn't possible in other games, right? And you can say, Star Citizen is doing these things, and Star Citizen is also a $500 million game that
been a lot of empty
is not released, and it's also a pay-to-win game. So heavy microtransaction, and there's a lot of other things, and it still doesn't have the type of story that this Bethesda game is going to have. No. But yeah, I mean, Paul, get a little bit deeper. What you got from me?
Yeah. First of all, Steel. So to answer my original question, now that everything's kind of settled in, you kind of sat on it. Has your excitement gone up after the direct?
Starfield, I'm excited for it. I'm definitely gonna be. I'm gonna be juggling. I'm definitely gonna be juggling some games here, because I got Armored Core that's in the wake. Yeah. That's my game of the year immediately. Anyway,
Steel's gonna be the grazer. Steel's gonna be the grazer, and I'm not gonna be the grazer for once here. Okay, because all you guys are getting from me is Starfield. That's all you get from me.
Starfield in rotation. Starfield's gonna be in rotation.
I mean, I guess we could start diving into some of the highlights for each. Again, the whole thing was a highlight for me. Again, go back and watch my reaction. I was enthralled. I think through the entire video, I just had a stupid smile on my face through the entire video presentation, because that's what this game means to me. This, I think, is lining up once again, to be the generational game, but this is to be kind of that ultimate game that we as gamers sometimes look for. Now, is it going to be for everybody? Of course not. I'm not out here saying 3 billion people are going to play Starfield. No. What I'm saying is, for those of us that are looking for the ultimate single-player RPG experience, I think this could be it. As it's been described by the teams, by Pete Hines, by Todd Howard, by those in Microsoft, from the people that were in LA for FanFest, they were all told this is 5, 6, 7 games in one. That it is this massive. To give you guys a little background, talked to PTK Blam last night in chat. Blam was down there for FanFest. He talked to Pete Hines for like 5-10 minutes and was asking him about Starfield. And he asked Pete Hines directly, how big, honestly, is Starfield? And Pete kind of paused and looked at him and said, let me put it to you this way. He goes, just the other day I was playing it, and he goes, I found a derelict ship that was just floating in space. He goes, I spent 4 hours on that ship. That's Pete Hines, who has been playing this game since November, December, whenever they really started deep diving this game.
That's crazy.
He spent 4 hours on one derelict ship.
How many things can you touch on a ship? On somebody else's ship?
How many things can you explore? Well, again, because they showed, right, Steel? Battle cruiser size spaceships derelict out there, just hanging out. So you got to imagine, again, you board these things, it's fully laid out. Like the whole entire ship is explorable. This isn't sectioned off. Like this is you get
in a Bethesda's fashion, you can literally hands
pick
on
up,
everything.
Search. I'm sure there's locks to be picked.
Bro,
I'm sure there's places.
One ship?
Brother, one ship, 4 hours. And again, let me bring this because Steel kind of brought this up right now. Todd Howard also told a story that's making the rounds now about this. He was asked about the game. I think it was during the IGN interview. But this is the thing that I always talk about with Bethesda games. You guys have probably heard my story about Elder Scrolls, about the randomness that you find in the game. This is a main part of creation engine. This is why Todd says that things are possible here that you just don't even know are possible, because all these systems work within each other and it creates situations that you never experience in another game. Like I said, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, one of the first times I saw a dragon in Skyrim that attacked me, it was a little bit later in the game. Obviously, I had seen dragons, but I'm saying one of the first major moments, this dragon flew over me and was coming to attack me. And I look at this dragon. I'm getting ready to battle this dragon because a shadow came across me. And again, that's just another defining moment of a Bethesda title. When you see that dragon shadow come across you, it freaking is scary as hell, and you hear it. But I look up, and here's this dragon hovering over me, getting ready to land. And on its back is a giant beating its head with a club. This giant standing on the top of the dragon, just beating its head. It's that randomness. And I've asked other people if they've ever seen that before, and they all say, no, I've never seen that before. Are you kidding me? That's the randomness going to happen. So Todd was asked what was one of the coolest moments he's experienced in Starfield himself so far. And his answer was, let's see. Just a few weeks ago, I had landed on one of the early planets, and this sandstorm blew through. And I went to run away from it. And ships can randomly, and he pauses, once in a while, they can randomly land. Enemy ships can land. So I'm going through the sandstorm, the ship landed, and I get into this firefight. And so I got on the ship. And while I'm shooting the guys on the surface of the planet in the ship, from the ship, obviously what he means, he's shooting from the ship that he just boarded to the guys that are now on the planet. The ship takes off into space. So now I'm in outer space on the ship, and I was just like, can this happen? I guess this can happen. Yeah. So even Todd Howard gets surprised by his own game, because you just never know what's going to go happen. This is the magic. This is the sandbox. This is why I say there's only one Bethesda. There's only one studio that makes games to this degree. Yes, I've seen bits and pieces of this in other games, Cyberpunk being my latest example, where CD Projekt Red, there was some real randomness to that game as well.
It's not like,
but it's not like this. Bethesda has mastered this system with the creation engine and all these other systems that are in play at all times that are all feeding off of each other and interacting with each other, even when you're not there. These systems are interacting with each other that creates these one-of-a-kind moments. And in Starfield, it's 1,000 planets worth of these one-of-a-kind moments. It's the procedural generation that happens for you as the individual player. So if Steele visits a planet and I visit a planet, I know some people have expressed concern. Some people say they don't necessarily like this. But all this says to me is that those water cooler moments, those moments that we talk about, are now, I've always called them fingerprint moments because they're individual, that there's nothing like them. I think there's going to be just more of those now. Because again, Steele can visit one planet, I can visit the same planet. We're going to have way two different experiences on that planet. Now, some of the handcrafted content that's going to be rolled in there will be similar. But the planet themselves are going to give us completely different experiences when we get there. This is the stuff that I saw throughout this game. And I've got, so again, that was mind-boggling to me. And again, it just gets more and more mind-boggling the more you talk about this stuff, because Todd himself said, we can't show you everything. There's more here. Obviously, the Force power was one of the cliffhangers that they left it on. One of the hidden things that we didn't know about. But he says there's more to show. So when I think about all the little systems in place, how much bigger can this get? But I got to talk. The fact, Steele, that they've gone, like you were talking about the details. This team obviously looked at this space, this space adventure simulation that they're giving us, the sandbox that they're giving us, and said what they must have gone around and talked to every single individual developer within Bethesda and asked them what they would do in space. Because the fact that I've been talking nonstop about being a space pirate and having the ability to do this, and I didn't know for sure it was going to be in the game. Like, I thought they would have something to that degree, but then they go to this direct Steele and they start showing off the dogfighting, and they show off that you can get a skill within the dogfighting that allows you to individually target different systems on an enemy ship. So you could disable the ship without blowing it up, but then they show it blowing up, and they're like, oh, and you scavenge. You automatically fly through the cargo and you scavenge, the resources, right? That's normal in games. But then the dude, I forget his name, was like, but that's not, you can blow them up and you can do that, but you can also board them and get a little bit more personal. And all of a sudden, Steele, they show the fact that you can disable the ship, dock with the ship, and they got this awesome, cut scene where you're docking with the ship and obviously you're linking with the ship. And then all of a sudden you're inside that ship. And all of a sudden you're in a gun battle with the occupants of that ship. And then not only that, Steele, I'm like, okay, we got boarding. My space pirate life is alive. I can go ahead and, scavenge a ship for everything they've got on it and the bodies. Right. Cool. No. Then they show you sitting down in the cockpit of the ship you just boarded and taking off with your ship attached to it. Oh, yes, you can take that ship that you just acquired and you can add it to your fleet.
See,
this means, Steele, my dreams are a reality. My dreams are a reality, that when they say you can do what you want to do in this game,
right,
I'm starting to believe it. Sure, there's going to be limitations. There's lots we don't know. Can I have an armada of ships? Can I have AI-controlled ships that fly with me?
And those are things that I kind of have in question that No Man's Sky does have. But again, you got to think about how long it took for them to get to that point. But No Man's Sky does have those style of cruiser ships, and you can have a fleet, and you can pick a, you could choose what their ships are and who flies them and whatever. Well, and I think at a certain level. So I do have that question whether Starfield is going to go that deep. I know you guys are saying that you could have a fleet. Well, I mean, what do they consider a fleet? Is that
4 ships, 3 ships, 2 ships?
Is that you can you truly have a cruiser type ship?
Yeah.
Can that be your main ship? Or do you have to, or is there only like a certain limited amount of ships? I know you can build your own ship, but is that based off of a certain amount of parts, or how does that work? Like Pong said, you can dock your ship on another ship and then take off on the other ship. Like, okay, so if that's possible, then how else can you attach Jasper? But at this point, how many ships can you connect together, and can you make this ever evolving kind of? Could you start with one style of ship and then have it set up to where you purposely design it so that you can have multiple ships attached to it, and maybe you design multiple ports and you always constantly roll around with you got 4 different ports, and you got 4 different style of ships that you keep on your one specific ship. And like, is that possible? Like, how does all these different things combine each other and work? There's just Boogie says, if you watch the direct, there's a moment that in the ship menu where it shows you can have 9 out of 9.
Okay.
That's if you can have a fleet of 9 ships and you guys can just fly around.
That's the question. Dope. Can we have, because we know for sure they've said the AI can control the ship. So one of your companions can take the ship and fly it. So now can you have them fly other ships while you fly your own and go out and pirate? Can they attack? Can they do the things? Do they have some basic stuff to them? We don't know. The modders are going to do it though. But that again, that opens it up. We now know that there are battle cruisers. There are capital class ships. They showed us making very big ships. Some of those cargo ships they showed off were pretty large. How big can we go with those ships? Can we dock at one of those? Because again, as Jasper brought up, Jasper and I are Star Trekkies guys too. So, and we've watched tons of sci-fi, and anybody who watches sci-fi know capital class ships don't land on planets. Okay. They don't land on planets. They're not built on planets. They're built at space stations. They are built because they're so gigantic. Well, now we know there are shipyards in this game that are in space that we can go visit. These giant rigs, these big giant stations that are big enough to build a capital class cruiser. So yes, it would take an ungodly amount of resources, but is it possible for me to build a capital ship and then have one of my smaller ships or many of my smaller ships aboard the capital ship where we could be cruising the universe in a capital class, and then, oh, look at this, we just came across a group of ships, we're going to go attack this, and we all fly out in our smaller ships, right? Is that possible? We're going to find out. But the point of this whole thing is that when they say you can do what you want to do and be what you want to be in this game, and again, the fact that throughout this direct steal, they continuously went back to the fact that this is a Bethesda RPG through and through, and that your experience is what you make it in this game, that it is going to be your choice what stories you tell from Starfield. I'm believing that is the case, that we are going to have an opportunity. Maybe not day one. Right. We know the modding community is going to go absolutely freaking nuts with this thing. They are. This is going to be a modded game like no other modded game. I will say that before and after. By the time this is all said and done, there will be more modders who have provided content to Starfield than any other game in history. I'm going to say that right now. It's a bold statement, but I'm going to say it. Because I think there's going to be the modding community like no other that we've never seen. And Bethesda's had some gigantic modding communities. But this game presents so much opportunity for that. But I think that eventually this game is going to be that style game. We already know now, Steel 2, because we talked about this. We heard, I think it was Todd before said Han Solo simulator. Okay? Well, now we know we can smuggle. They confirmed we can smuggle because you get your stuff scanned. Anybody who's played Elite Dangerous, you know what that's like. Skullsy brought that up, right? You know what that's like. I played Elite Dangerous. You can carry non-licensed cargo, and you can get scanned, and you can get in trouble. And we saw that in this game right here. Every system that they showed off, Steel, just added and enhanced to an already unbelievable experience throughout this direct. The gunplay you just talked about, being able to modify your guns. The base building. They've gone back and taken what they learned from Fallout 4 and Fallout Shelter and brought it into this game here, made it easier than ever to build your bases. How big a base can you build? Is it unlimited? Can I build a small city on a planet through base building? Can I land all my ships on this planet? Can I have other ships from other systems start transporting goods to my base? Is that a possibility in this game? That's the stuff that I'm still waiting to hear, but I don't care because right now they've already given me so much. I'm like, yeah, no, this is more than I'm gonna be able to handle up front. We'll get to that part when we get to that part. But the fact is that they showed off that as well. They showed off the crafting systems, right? They showed off how when you build your ship, because a lot of people question whether or not you're going to be able to get up in your ship while you're in space and walk around. Absolutely, yes. Your ship is another character, they said. How you build your ship, what manufacturing parts you use will have an impact to how your ship looks, what you can do with it, how you carry it. The combat is not simple. The dogfighting is not simple. Pull your triggers and fire at whatever's in front of you. You can actually adjust the system power levels. What? The grav jumps. The grav jumps are not just simple grav jumps. You see your character dial up, and depending on how much power you've given your gravity drive, depends how fast you can actually jump. And just the simple way that they bring it up on screen looks freaking incredible. The UI, Steel. The UI is clean.
Yeah.
Bethesda has never been known for great inventory systems. They have never been known, as much as these games are about collecting stuff and keeping stuff in your inventory, man, they have never gotten it right. It looks like they've gone back to the drawing board and done exactly what they needed to do to make this a clean experience. There is now more information in front of you with extremely just all the details you need to know about weapon, about armor, about the when you scan the planet. It's all presented to you into an easy read formula, and it fits within the game itself with this NASA punk look. It looks analog, which I love, bro. That's the thing. Like, Mass Effect games and stuff are cool, but the one thing I've always missed is the older Star Trek stuff, or the older sci-fi movies and TV shows where they still didn't know what the future was going to look like, right? And they still had a bunch of analog, but anime does this too still. Yep. Robotech, it's not like hologram. They got like massive massive keyboards. They've got all these analog systems, all these button switches. I love that aesthetic, and they brought it into this game. Character creation looked great. Skill sets, the skill tree, your background, right? Your traits, your optional traits that you can have. I already know I'm doing the wanted trait steal, where bounty hunters randomly show up to try to take you down, but you get a health bonus. I'm already taking that one. More experience, like man. If I got random bounty hunters showing up on me, man, it's gonna be so much fun, bro. Let's do it. All of that, they've gone back to their old RPG roots to bring forward now into Starfield instead of the Fallout 4, which it got kind of, again, that's why people didn't like Fallout 4 to some degree, because they went away from the RPG aspect. They went away from the decision making, having consequences in your dialogue. They've brought back the dialogue system to a much earlier Bethesda, where you got to use points to influence people. Some of your traits, some of your skills will influence how the dialogue goes, all that stuff. They even thought about religion in this one, Steel, which I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah, that is super dope.
A guy brought it up. It sounds like you're going to be able to choose your religion if you want to have a religion, and it may help you out in certain situations, depending on what faction you're coming up against. Okay. They showed off, I think, at last count, it was 5 or 6 different factions so far within this universe, and there's probably more to that. Those factions, you can join them all. You don't have to. Again, as a space pirate, I'm raiding everybody. I'm going to be the most wanted human being in that universe when I'm all said and done, Steel, because I'm raiding everybody. I don't care what faction you are. I'm raiding you if you're out in space. This is going to be a blast. The details, Steel, the little details, the lived-in feel of all the spaceships, of all the cities they showed off all got an upgrade from a year ago, from what we saw a year ago. This year, they've used it, right? And I'm sure that this footage wasn't even from the latest build, Steel, because obviously the showcase was being planned since January, February. I'm sure that this is older footage even still. And you could see the upgrade that, I forget the town's name now, the city's name now offhand, the old West town that looked the old West
I
city
remember.
where they still had
Yeah,
like
what you meant.
cowboys, right? Space cowboys. Just how the buildings looked were updated and upgraded. All the characters fit within that city. The
Yeah.
NPCs were plenty of NPCs. Yeah, there's just so, again, my mind, because I'm, again, as me, the player of Bethesda games, I'm not going to proceed the mainline story any further than I have to get into the open world. And then I'm off on my own. Now, if the space powers, if the space magic, if the force, whatever you want to call it, that they hinted at there, or that they just showed us for a brief second, are tied to the main quest, that I have to go find all the artifacts to start gaining these powers, then maybe I might have to make a mainline run just to get the powers. But other than that, I'm going to be off doing my thing. I'm already starting to think about what I want to do first, how I want to set up my pirates, how I want to get this going. And I'm having a hard time grasping how I'm going to do this deal and how much time I'm going to have to put into this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the game I play, man. This is the game I play from September forward until further notice. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means 2024. I don't know what that means. But really, this direct solidified Bethesda's knowledge, their mastery of what they do really is culminating right into this moment right now. And I can't even imagine. I got to get into Starfield, but I can't even imagine what Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be like when they decide to go do that, which is next. But I don't know, Steele, is there anything specific in the direct that really, I know you touched on like the weapons, the the combat looked great. Is there anything else that specifically stood out to you? Or like, whoa, okay. That's definitely something that appeals to me. I didn't know they were going to do that, or that looks damn cool and fun. Was there anything else that stood out to you from that aspect?
The main thing for me is going to be just how alive the handcrafted elements actually felt, right? At least the city. That's something that is important to me, at least, just because it's something that you notice, right? You go into these towns, you go into these worlds, you go into these cities, and it's one of the things that Cyberpunk did at a certain level, but didn't necessarily hit. And it is one of the things that, from what I've experienced from Skyrim and Fallout and in other games, you know what I mean? Mass Effect did it pretty well also. Where it adds this element for you that just adds another level of depth, right? It feels like you're actually, the things that you're doing is actually has an impact on the world around you, right? And just to hear that the decisions are going to have more of an impact this time around again, that's another thing that gets me super excited, because there's no better feeling than seeing how a game progresses based off of the choices you've made. What holds true at the end, right? You get to the end of your experience and being able to have that conversation with other people who may be in a similar place, or maybe they're not there, and just, you telling them what you experienced. And then, months down the line, years later, you hear other people start having these conversations, and you start comparing your experience to theirs, right? It's the same thing that I did with Cyberpunk with Pong, right? The same thing I did with Cyberpunk with the wife, you know what I mean? I had a 50-hour experience where they both had, an over 300-hour experience in that game. And I still feel equally that we got the same amount of value out of that game, whether it been at a story level or just at a taking the game at its full breadth, which I typically do, right? I don't ever plan on, Hogwarts is probably one of the first games in some time where I felt like I had to push through the game or I would have never completed it, right? Because there was just so much going on within that world, and I could have kept exploring every crevice of it, but because I wanted to experience the full breadth, I was like, all right, let me get through this game, because there are others out there. Nothing to take away from Hogwarts. I still think that Hogwarts is worthy of a Game of the Year nomination. Do I think it's a Game of the Year winner? I don't know. Whereas I do think that Starfield, even hitting in September, as weird as I do feel about that, because again, we get that recency biased coming more so against when it comes to time to consider game of the year and these award shows and whatnot. Not like it really matters or whatever the case may be at the end of the day anyway, because it's all your hobby and you have to determine what the fun that you're having. But just knowing how alive this game is going to potentially feel for me is an exciting fact, right? I talk about the detail in games all the time. And if it's going to take the 30 frames for many people to get what I mean by I want more detail in my games, then I think that's a worthy sacrifice. But hey, still work on that 60. Right? Let's get there. But that's what's getting me the most excited about that Ultimate Space Odyssey that you're going to experience. Mass Effect has kind of also, I think my recent playthrough of the Mass Effect Legendary Edition has also amplified my outlook on that and my taste for how an ever-evolving story based on player choice should feel. And I'm interested to see what Starfield's take is going to be on that, knowing that this is going to be my first true kind of foray on what that experience is, right? Especially on the single player standpoint. Not an Elder Scrolls Online where I can bring some buddies in and whatnot. No, this is your adventure. You take it however you want to take it. And again, Bong, I'm gonna be right there with you where I don't think, again, until I find the perfect suit, because again, that's what I'm going to be. I cannot progress the story any further until I'm happy with how my outfit looks. That's what kind of got me sad about No Man's Sky a little bit, because it limits you and not all the options look the greatest, right? Like I want more options. I need to look good. You know what I mean? I need my Stormtrooper fit. I need to look over the top. I can't help that. So until I get those things and I get my ship to kind of where I want it, where either I make a huge X-wing or whatever the case may be, I'm gonna be right there with you where I'm gonna be all over the place until I get those things in line before I progress forward. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely still. And I think that's the exciting part. Again, there's going to be so much the conversation has already started swelling around this game. Yeah. And, we can get to the rest of the Xbox show. We probably should at some point here because we're already over 2 hours. But I could sit here all day and just talk Starfield. You know that. So, but what I kind of want to talk about was the impact now, Steel, with Starfield now being shown the way it was 3 months from launch here, less than 3 months. And the conversation around it, of course, you've got the nonsense, whatever, that it's going to be what it is. But I have seen personally, again, shout out to Gaz, who posted a PlayStation side of Reset Era post. And I had to go in there. It's not a place I normally frequent. I don't, Reset Era is what it is. But I had to go in there and see what people were saying from the PlayStation side, because the conversations are different than what we get on Twitter sometimes over there as well. And there was people, honestly, in there, the PlayStation fans saying, not being like just fanboys, but saying honestly, like, PlayStation doesn't have a game like this, and it's sad. PlayStation, there's no game like this, and it's in the Xbox ecosystem, and they were like going, what are we going to do? And, people were trying, I brought this up on the other shows, but people were trying to come in. There was a couple people coming in and saying, well, Cory Barlog, he's supposedly working on a sci-fi game. And people were like, yeah, but this is Bethesda. Like, nobody does these games, and Cory and his team make a great game, but it's not going to be anything like Starfield. Like, there's no studio. It would take a studio, they were talking like 8 to 10 years to try to create a game like this. And Bethesda are masters. They already know what they're doing. They've perfected this. Nobody's going to be able to come along and make a game like this. And they were honestly like really like upset. Like, hey, like this sucks. Like, may have to get an Xbox, right? And there was a mod that jumped in there who said, you guys need to stop worrying about what Xbox is doing. Like, they were getting upset that there was so much Xbox talk in there. But that's just a small snippet, a sample size of what's going on. But there's an undercurrent now, Steel, that we have talked about in the past about what, again, a game from Todd and the A-Team does to the industry as a whole. Because, again, people forget. Like, we just got word that Skyrim now has sold 60 million copies in 12 years. It's above even some of the Zeldas at this point. but this is the kind of impact, right? The impact that it has. If anything, what these games do, because they're trying to do something that other people just can never do and push the bar forward even further, even if it's a bar that they themselves have created time and time again, it creates this discussion in the industry. And I saw this again, John and Alex over at Digital Foundry, John said this is the first open, because if you guys, again, John being John, whatever, you have your personal feelings about John. He's said some weird stuff and had some weird interactions on Twitter, but he's not an open world guy. He doesn't like open world games. And he said this is the first open world game in years and years and years that has him excited to jump into. This is the impact that these games have when they show up, Steel. And now it's an Xbox first party title through and through. This is Xbox. This is the ecosystem. Yes, it's on PC. But it has a positive impact. Yeah, here we go. Come on, Steel. Bring it.
Pong. Come on. It's just No Man's Sky.
Come on, man. Yeah, I know.
It's just No Man's Sky.
It still needs to justify why it exists. Yeah, I know. It's going to get lost in other games, Steel, right?
But Pong, this has all been done before.
This is why this is why we lambasted those articles and people saying this, Steel. That's why we lambasted it, is because, again, now that it's here, now that people are realizing, even the mass media, Steel, that we come on here and criticize so much for their ridiculous articles, including the one you just kind of brought up, they are writing articles now of, oh my God, Starfield looks to be genre defining. Oh my God, Starfield looks like the must play game. Oh my God, Starfield is now having PlayStation players question whether or not they need to get an Xbox. Like, this is the type of talk around it. And I want to get your opinion here, Steel. Todd himself said that Starfield, from the aspect of being a first party title, was a game that he knew had the pressure of being a system seller, right? Mm-hmm. That there was more added pressure, that Microsoft and Xbox were leaning on Starfield to be that game.
Right.
We've mentioned it, that we thought that Starfield was one of the most important releases in Microsoft and Xbox history, right? That I've said that it's Halo CE level.
Yeah.
Are we starting to see that movement right now, Steel? You get that same sense that just all the conversation, whether negative or positive, the conversation is Starfield right now. Like, people are obsessed. Is this the start of all of that? Are we starting the new Xbox now with Starfield's launch? What do you think?
Are we starting the new Xbox?
Like the Xbox going forward? Like, yes.
It's an interesting take. Is it the start of the new Xbox? Potentially. I don't know, and I can't necessarily put my whole foot on it quite yet, mainly because I need to see some consistency first. Right.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you.
Because I can hear the conversation of people, although I don't respect the conversation totality, because it's a very one-sided combo. When people say that, oh, well, this isn't a game that Xbox created. This is Bethesda. Oh, Xbox can't take the they can't take the credit for this one.
I jumped in one of the few times I do. You know me too. I stay out of it, but I jumped in on MBG's video.
And
I made a post about it. Yep.
For me, you do have to consider that, and it is part of the conversation, but it is not telling the complete story of that conversation. If you wanted to remove that element of it, the game could have released in 2021, in whatever state that it was in, and you would have had to deal with whatever it was. And now it still could have been a great game. It still could have been as expansive and all the other great things, but it is very ignorant to ignore the fact that the extra 2 years of development has done wonders for that game. And they've only been able to do that because of being under Microsoft's wing. Nobody else was going to give them that type of money, whether you wanted to say that, oh, well, it would have been the same thing if Sony would have had them. Actually, I don't believe so. I think Sony would have put them on a more so on it would have been more strict on what they were expecting and would have got whatever experience they could have afforded to have. Now, you can take that as you want. Nobody knows what the truth of the situation could have been. I do think that the current situation with them being under Microsoft, being under Xbox, because of the relationship that they have built over the years, you talk about organic growth and people working together and growing together and really creating something beautiful out of effort, right? Out of relationships. This is the best picture that could have ever been painted for either side, either publisher, either studio, and as far as a game coming to fruition. So is it the start of the new Xbox? Yeah, I mean, I would have to say that it is. With Halo taking the step back that it has, they're not talking about it. I mean, and again, I agree with the approach that they're taking right now, especially with Halo. Something else has to come to the forefront. And what more than something that has always came to the forefront in the past when you've needed it? Skyrim has done it for you for the Xbox generation, for the Xbox consoles, I should say. I think it did pretty well for the 360, right? Oblivion did pretty well for the OG Xbox. All things taken into consideration.
Oblivion was 360.
Oblivion was 362. My fault.
Yeah, Morrowind was
Morrowind. My fault. Yeah. I get again. I'm a noob. But even with that, I mean, even with Morrowind being there, it just shows you the history that they've created, and that Xbox is not only putting their foot down as, hey, we are the home of multiplayer gaming in the shooter box, but we're also walking into the identity of truly being that Western RPG box. You know what I mean? Or being at least a platform, or having a platform that has multiple access points to where you can get these types of games, right? Because nobody else is really honing it in, not at this level at least. That's going to be different for different people, and not everybody's going to want that. And they jump into something where it doesn't necessarily hold your hand, and it's only a 10 to 20 hour experience. It's a start and there's a beginning, and you can just do that. You could do the same thing in this game. There's nothing preventing that, but a lot of people don't approach games that way, and that's kind of the thing that is extremely unique about Bethesda's games, or about these set of developers, right? This is going to, I personally think it is going to be another Skyrim moment, because from everything that we've seen, there is no limitation to what is possible. You throw the modders in there, that's adding a whole nother level of. You see the type of mods, and again, shame on you, all you nasties out there, that every game that I try to play, I was looking up some Nioh 2 mods, quite quick on a little side tangent. Why do all the women have to be completely naked? Why is that just a thing that has to be like the most popular mod in existence on every game that we play? Even when I was looking for Skyrim and Fallout mods, the most popular mods are the ones where all the ones are they wearing the skimpiest clothing.
Everybody's horny still. Come on, man. Everybody's horny.
I want to play the game, but can't people just look good? Like, god damn. I don't mind, having things look more proportional to what reality can be. But not everybody has to have like no clothes on. Like, I just don't get that. But that's going to be the same thing that's going to happen to this game. Now, Xbox and console players, unfortunately, you're not going to get those things. But you'd be crazy to think that the mods on this, like 10 years from now, they were already doing it with Fallout, with creating like Fallout Miami and Fallout London, and creating all these other worlds within that engine, within what was available from the Fallout games themselves. Imagine what's going to be possible within Starfield. Imagine how many underlying elements are going to be at play. Again, just the thought that you can go to a ship. Again, this is kind of the difference between, that No Man's Sky and in Starfield. Again, if somebody asks you, what's the difference? The fact that you can go to a ship, literally search the entire ship. Everything is probably going to be hands-on. You can find it. That's what I want to know. How in-depth is that?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're telling me that somebody can spend 4 hours in one ship.
Yep. One derelict ship.
In a derelict ship. Again, that's important to keep in mind.
Yes.
In a derelict ship, what can you find
right
in a ship that's active? What can you find on these worlds? What is the handcrafted content?
Right.
For the handcrafted content to again be the level of 2 to 3 games.
Yep.
More dialogue than those games combined.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy thing to think about, man. Again,
yeah,
definitely generational defining in many ways. But
fun. What are we getting into here? Cattail anal plugs, Nix.
Whoa. A conversation is going way too far. Hey, Back from the Dead says, "Still, can I get a link for those mods?" No, man, I'm not sending you no links to those mods, man. I know, because I don't support that, man. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
For me. Again.
Yeah. No. Right. Anyways. Just to wrap this up, Starfield lived up to, I think, everybody's expectations and then surpassed it. I really think it did. I think that's a majority. I don't think I'm going out of bounds here by saying the majority of people who watched that direct got more than they ever expected. Again, I'll give myself a pat on the back. Every once in a while, it's okay to take a victory lap. I was the one person saying that the Starfield Direct could be longer than 30 minutes. I was the one person who said, nah, don't lock in on that 1 hour 30 for the showcase and then 30 minutes for Starfield. But I think that the way that they presented it, this was the best presentation ever for an individual game, flat out. And I think that, again, that only added to the momentum leading into September. And my God, again, reminder, folks, Todd said, we still haven't shown you everything.
Yeah, again, man, it's ever expanding. I can't wait till the game comes closer to release. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a few other things that we got to talk about today.
No fun. We're not talking about Fuzzy's barking cat either. No, we're not going to talk about that either.
Yeah, we're not going to go there. Well, I mean, other than Starfield, Xbox did quite show.
There was other games still.
There was a lot else out there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to more so kind of run through some of the things that I picked out from all the showcases in total. That's talking about Xbox, Ubisoft, and Capcom. I didn't watch Future Game Show. And there was also the indie showcase that I watched with Indie Gamer. Shout out to the Indie Gamer. That was really dope. But because no matter what, the way that I approach a lot of these showcases, a lot of these events is I make a list of the things that I personally have pulled out that personally spoke to me. So those are going to be some of the things that I mentioned here. One of the other things that I will bring up real quickly, because it was part of that showcase also, and before the whole Starfield Direct and whatnot, and that's going to be talking about Forza Motorsport. Now, they did go deeper into it as far as the career mode goes, which I'm also going to add as part of this conversation, which gets me extremely excited. Forza Motorsport looks to be going back to the reasons I fell in love with Forza Motorsport originally, the original 2, 3, 4, all the way up until about 6, because that's kind of, I think 5 was the last time I played it really heavily, and then I fell off after that. Became more in love with what Horizon was doing, their approach to the game. But I'm also kind of over Horizon now at a point, especially with 5, because you're just giving me everything, right? And it's supposed to be a more welcoming game where it's you get together as a group, you just get load in, spend some money on a car, go out there, drive for a bit, and just enjoy the experience. And they did do really well with it. The cars feel good, the game feels good, and I don't have anything against it. Although I was kind of against it in the beginning, because on PC I was having a really bad experience with the game crashing a lot. It just took me out of it. I also think that I'm just more so in the Forza Motorsport mindset where I just want enclosed track racing. If people want to, get online, if we want to race, I want to be able to, race with some friends or whatnot. We just have a good time, right? And a place that I can just hone those skills again. And I think motorsport is really going to be that. They introduced a car mechanic now, or car RPG mechanic now, and they freely came out and admitted that that's what they consider it now. To where it's not about the money anymore. It's about getting a car and leveling it up and getting points for this car, right? More like attuned to skill points. And I think that's really dope, because every car that you get, it's not just, oh, you got money, spend money on the car. No, it's here's this car. You use it at its base level. Maybe you have a couple parts that you have available to you. Maybe there are some things that carry over, so you can at least tune that car a little bit. But level up your car. Spend some time with it. Know how this car is going to develop as you put parts on it. And I think that's a very unique, and allowing you as the player to have more of a control over your experience. Whether the car, the AI is going to be faster. Also having the AI now truly, hopefully, we won't know until we get it in game, be more refined, and being more so based off of, hopefully, you not only your friend group, but also the other players that they end up putting in your sessions, so that you feel a more alive and a more welcome experience, right?
Can I ask you a quick question, Steele?
Go ahead.
Not to interrupt, but can I ask you a quick question to bring you back to the car PG aspect and the points? Because I've been thinking about this a lot. I love to hear that Fuzzy's on board with it, Mav's on board with it, you're on board with it. And I honestly have been thinking about this more. Outside of Starfield, I've been thinking about this more and more, because I do love motorsport as well. I'm not going to be playing it because Starfield, but anyways, I will be eventually. But the car PG, you just talked about it. So from one aspect, I do like the idea, because like you said, because I've always, we just had this conversation last night. The GT for me and Mav, Gran Turismo, obviously fell off. Forza took its place. But there are aspects to GT that we do still wish Forza would incorporate. One of them being that career mode where you start with a junker and you work your way up, you earn your licenses, etc. I love that experience. I still do to this day. And this brings a little bit of that in its own way to Forza. However, let me ask you this, Steele. Without having the money to be able to spend on the parts and being able to upgrade the car, and you having to earn points to do so, do you think that there will be something lost as far as when you get that starter car and you start building it up, right? You could earn enough money to start really putting into it. Now, I don't know for sure how the skills are going to accumulate. I don't know how the points for sure. I don't know what that's going to feel like, I should say. I understand the system behind it, but I don't know how it's going to feel or how quickly you're going to earn those points. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this potentially could lead to a fact where somebody goes, I'm really not enjoying this car. I'm just not, and they give up on that car too soon, which down the road with enough points could have been the car that they actually really enjoy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I explained that well.
You're essentially saying where people just enjoy the level up system, where you feel like you're capped off. Whereas before, if you had money, you can, make your car a certain class or whatever. Right. And just kind of keep it as long as it's in that
People
class.
Are going to give up on cars too soon is my question, and be like, shit, I really didn't like that, that new Nissan Z because it just didn't feel right on the track. And they hop to another car, whereas the Nissan Z, once you got it beefed up enough, could have been their favorite car. You know what I'm saying? They might give up trying certain cars too soon.
But the way that I at least took what they presented is that the races are going to be set up in such a manner to where there should never be a moment unless you design it yourself or intentionally want to give yourself a hard time to where it kind of feels pointless or you want to give up on leveling up a car. Yeah. From what I garnered from, and I kind of get what you're saying too, because it can get to a point, because one of my fears is that you do get tired of the leveling experience. Because one of the...
It's like your druid build, right, Steele? You started out and you got to a point where you weren't feeling it, right? And if you hadn't pushed through, you might have given up. Right?
But the thing about Forza 2 is that you're going to be in different cars. You do, in every car, not all cars feel the same. So going around a track, whereas like in Diablo, where I could go touch a different class for an example and see a different class you can be in a different class of cars. Like that's the one thing that I don't have a complete answer for yet is there still going to be some form of a class system, or is it just because this is what I got from it, is it you choose the type of race. So let's say you do a sport race. So that means sport cars. Okay, so a Mustang, maybe a Honda S2000, or is that a different type of race where it's like convertibles or hardtops, or like how do you really limit that?
Yeah, what I heard from that breakdown was that yes, it's going to be set up that way. Like you're going to choose a certain race, right? And that race is going to have a base set of cars that you choose from, right? Like 5-6 cars that you choose from for that specific race. And then you can proceed through that category, right? So to me, yeah, I think that that's the way they're going to have it set up. Now, again, we don't have full details, but that's the way it sounded like to me.
Now with that taken in consideration, the only way that I think that people wouldn't like it is if you just don't like playing, right? Because at some level, the thing that, for an example, that I didn't like, and again, it's been a minute since I've truly took Forza serious, but for me, my Forza experience is me getting a car, and this is the thing that they do differently from GT, is getting a car, starting it from standard, right? If you're gonna give me a D-class car, give me some D-class races. But if I'm going to be in the D class, at least let me choose, even if I have to level up get some points or whatever, at least let me choose to be at the top of the D class, right?
Correct.
You give me the freedom to really tune my car within this class, right? At the end of the day, we can all be the top of the D class, but how did I tune my car that's going to separate it from my opponents, right?
That's what the hardcore career mode is for, is that kind of stuff.
It's supposed to be that experience. Is this going to give me that same thing, or I'm going to have to get the base car, I'm going to have to level up the base car, maybe take some L's in some races because you can adjust your placement in your grid and you have full control over how hard your experience truly is. And then, of course, knowing me playing on simulation, everything other than damage this time around, because I know me playing with simulation damage would probably drive me up the wall this time.
Right.
I just don't have the time like I used to. Me playing with simulation, everything on essentially, like how much do I really want to bang my head up against? I need to learn the track. I need to learn the cars. I need to learn every aspect of this game before it just becomes monotonous. And if I have to do this with every single car that I want to level up, I can see how that could be a problem for some people. I don't think that it's going to be agitating enough. I think that's where it's going to become a more tailored experience, because you have to take a car and you have to level it up, and then you might have the choice to, because the other thing too is that you have to give people the reason to leave that car at a certain class, right?
Correct.
There's a reason, like, give me a reason why I can keep I can get a Toyota Supra, for an example. Maybe I keep it an A class. Whereas in previous games where everybody just takes it to an S2 because, oh, wow, it's just the fucking best car to have in this class. No, give them more versatility to where, no, you keep it an A class because, man, you really like the way that it felt at that class. Not, let's just make everything an all-wheel drive car. It doesn't matter what it is. Just make it an all-wheel drive. It's good to go. Throw this tune on it. It just makes it a very streamlined, you got to play this way experience.
Yeah.
I don't have the answers for that necessarily, which is why I'm curious about this, where those are the things that you don't have to worry about in Horizon because it's just more open.
Right.
How are they going to approach that this time?
And Chad, I agree with all of you. I agree with you all, Chad, too. Again, if it's not the mode for you, it's not the mode for you, move on. They're going to have free mode. They're going to have all the other. I totally understand that. I was talking from the aspect that Motorsport is already more niche than Horizon. It's more for the hardcore car guys. So most people that jump into Motorsport are going to be interested in this mode. So I was just asking Steele his perspective on that. But I agree with you guys. Obviously, you guys know my take on this. Hey, if it's not working for you, go try a different mode.
I'll know within the first hour of me doing the races and whatnot whether, because the feeling, the game just feeling good is great and all, but the feeling doesn't carry over if the progression isn't there. Because then I just won't play it. I just won't play the story, and I just say, all right, well, this game isn't for me then. You know what I mean? Because that is the key to progression. And if this game is going to be more so based off of that, and you are choosing cars based off of what you've progressed, then I mean, it gives me some hope because then you get to the end of the game, right? You get multiplayer lobbies or whatever the case. Because that was the other thing too back in the day, to where you got into if you went online, you could tell who progressed, how far people were progressing their story or in their career, right? Because you only had access to a certain amount of things, or maybe you had access to a certain amount of cars, or maybe a certain amount of money. So you know what I mean? I felt like it had more impact previously. Again, I feel like I'm going on like this whole side tangent about Forza that a lot of people don't care about because it is sweaty to a lot of people, and even for me, I'm not diving into it. I mean, again, I'm the guy that plays on controller and I use my right stick to shift up and down, right? I don't use buttons. I wanted to feel more organic to the experience without using a wheel. I don't know. Again, we'll see. I'm excited for it. It looks like it looks extremely beautiful. Better than I could have even imagined. So there is that. Let's see. Fable looked, I mean, again, that's another conversation. I mean, we can sit here for another 2 hours talking about how good Fable looked potentially.
But still, it's just CGI still.
Again, we know somebody that actually worked on the game, at least a section of the game, that was also able to admit.
He said it publicly.
That it was able to admit that, hey, that is how the game looks. If you guys want to just write that off as, hey, it's CGI, the game doesn't look that great, then great. I guess, you know, the conversation of we want games to look next gen, but then when games look that way, the proof is just going to have to be in the pudding. Goes ties right back into what Phil Spencer said previously. Until we get the games in your hand, you're not going to believe me anyway. So there's that. We'll see. I liked what I saw from Fable. I liked the way that the character looked. I liked the way the world looked. I liked the way the humor in it. I have 1,000% faith in Playground, especially for them to be we work on cars and world build off of certain particular areas, to then take that into a full-on Western RPG based off an IP that it was already in existence before. I think they're going to make the biggest turnarounds that I've ever seen out of a developer make. And again, I made this statement. I think this would be a more impressive turnaround than even Guerrilla was able to make with Horizon.
Oh yeah, no. Especially
like going from Killzone to Horizon, going from Forza Horizon to
Fable.
Fable?
Yeah.
What?
Especially with the weight of a beloved franchise that has been dormant for a long time, to bring it back in this fashion steel.
Yeah, it's too strong.
To do it right. Yeah, no. This is what pushes Playground. Assuming this lands the way that we saw it showcase, this pushes Playground, in my eyes, to the top of the development teams in the world. Like, they are up there with the best of the best if they pull this one off. This proves, again, all the questions. If they silence all the doubters, if they answer all the questions, like how are you going to go from making a car PG to making an arcade racer to making a full-fledged Western RPG with one of the most beloved franchises that Xbox owns, and bring it back to modern times and keep that same level of quality that people have come to expect in your racers, now translating that into this experience, which is completely different, with people animations, with, questing, with all the stuff that goes into an RPG. If they pull that off, Playground's got to be considered one of the best developers out there, for sure. And from what we saw, seriously, they're setting a bar. They are setting a bar. Like, Ninja Theory is going to set the bar graphically, but Playground's going to be right behind them. And again, 3-bit confirmed, this is what the game looks like. So in action, if that's what the game looks like, and we saw some quick cuts of in action, bro, yeah, they'll be atop of the food chain. Like, literally.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. So, I mean, that was a standout for me for sure. 33 Immortals was dope. And again, I'm going to kind of run down the list here. We'll stop and go through some as we go.
Yes.
33 Immortals was dope. Don't have much else to say on that. I'm extremely interested how they're going to get 33 people on. I like the concept of it. It's basically being only the strong will survive. So it's like the final strong group ends up fighting the boss or whatever. And that's how the progression works. That was really dope. Avowed showed. That's been up for a lot of controversy this week because people feel like it didn't show the same way that the CGI trailer showed previously. A lot of people are saying it's a huge downgrade. And to me, I say, if you look at Obsidian, you look at the Outer Worlds, you look at the type of style of games that they've made previously outside of New Vegas. And even that, I would say this fits within the art style. This fits in with the type of games that they make. Again, this is another example of people just not you. If you don't know what you're talking about or don't care to look at the gaming industry and the type of games that are made and just want to write off something as, oh, it doesn't look like how the CGI presented in this dark room, or it doesn't look as realistic as they showed it before. And I'm just going to ignore the previous examples of what this developer has put out. That's fine. But I don't know if you should be talking about what's going on in this industry.
Yeah, no.
Avowed didn't look bad to me.
Nope.
Again, this falls right back in line with the conversation of why do people think that if it doesn't look like, oh, well, the CGI looked more realistic? Can we do some research on what games this developer has made? Did you like the Outer Worlds? If you didn't like the Outer Worlds, then you're probably not going to like this game. If you didn't like New Vegas, then you're probably not going to like this game. And even New Vegas is a much more expansive game than these games are. If you don't like that, then yeah, you're not going to like this. But if you like that, you're more than likely going to like this game also. And it's touching on elements that have a fan base, the Pillars universe. Even I'm not super familiar with that, and I can admit that. But it doesn't mean that I should all of a sudden take credit away from it. The game presented well. I freely admitted that the game was actually a weak point for me in that show, that it's a game that's not for me. It doesn't speak to me. But the magic looked dope. I like the way that they were doing the hand signs and everything. I felt like that was to the original vision that they had. But is it some form of a downgrade? I personally don't think so. We want to compare trailers side by side and say, oh, well, again, the CGI is supposed to give you an idea of the concept that they're going for. If anything, it's because me and Pong had some conversation about this in the background. It's on a lesser scale than I was expecting, because I was expecting that it was going to be on some level of like a Skyrim, or I guess, because that's what people have been putting out there, the people that were of the know. And me knowing, again, I watched my wife play through the entirety of New Vegas. So it's like, for me to know that they had that type of scope, but also know that they've made an Outer Worlds that is a smaller type of game. It's not super expansive or anything like that. This was the type of game that I thought was going to be there, that I thought it was coming to existence. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I mean, Pong, is it me just being a noob, or like what's going on?
No.
What were people expecting? Does the game look vastly less impressive than the CGI did?
It looks like an Obsidian game, like you said, Steel. Like this is their wheelhouse, right? Okay, couple things. First of all, they did mention that the game originally did start as their version of Skyrim, and that it was going to be a bigger open world. And as they went through the development cycle, they decided to narrow it down and focus on it and make it a more I'd use focus too many times here, but make it a more focused experience, much like Outer Worlds was compared to Fallout, right? If we're going to compare Bethesda game with an Obsidian game, take Fallout and then say, okay, Outer Worlds is kind of Obsidian's take on this. Okay, it's going to be a more focused game that allowed the team to really hone in on, again, what they're masters at doing, which is world building, character development, companionship, decision making. They decided to do it. Would I still like to see Obsidian try a big open world game? Yes, I would. At some point, I do want to see Obsidian do it. We saw with New Vegas that they can do that style of game in a bigger setting. New Vegas definitely was a little bit more focused than Fallout's are, but I would still like to see Obsidian try it. But am I going to ride them for not doing it here with their brand new IP Avowed? No, I'm not. They went to Unreal Engine 5, which we know they did. They are really, really getting down and dirty. And I think that this game, it's set in the Pillars of Eternity universe, which if you have not played Pillars of Eternity, I will say it again. Don't take what you saw on the screen for what the tone of the game is going to be. This is an Obsidian stylized game, which is awesome, but Pillars of Eternity is a complete lore. It has some of the deepest lore out there. It can be dark. There's still going to be humor to it, but sometimes it's a darker humor. There are going to be those moments that you will smile or laugh, but don't get it twisted. When it comes to what you're going to be doing in this game with the magic and with the battle system that they're going to have in place, there is going to be some oh shit moments for sure. And it is a hardcore experience. Pillars of the Eternity is a deep, deep, deep game. The magic systems within Pillar of Eternity are complex. I expect a lot of that to translate to this game itself, even though it's a totally different style. I expect it will translate. Obsidian, again, is one of my favorite studios out there. They are one of the best RPG creators on the face of the planet. They have always been Bethesda's little brother, per se. But I think that what they're going to do here with Avowed, their own IP set in the Pillars universe, is going to take them to another level. Is the game going to be for everybody? No, of course not. If you simply look at the visuals and say, I'm not interested in the game, that's fine. I look at Zelda's visuals and I'm not interested in the game. Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But again, to say that they downgraded it, no. What I will say is the original trailer, the teaser trailer that they presented, I would say gave me darker overtones. I thought that Obsidian might try a new style. With that trailer being said, I did think that they might go with a different style. But when I saw this, was I shocked? No, because I'm like, oh, okay, Obsidian went to their roots. This is what they do.
Right.
This is going to be a fantastical world with bright colors and crazy locations that you don't find in other games. And you know what, Steel? I'm cool with that because guess what? We are going to be getting so many RPGs from Xbox now specifically. I don't want them to all look the same. I don't want them to all feel the same. I want Obsidian to do what they want to do and create what they want to do. And that's the biggest takeaway from the entire showcase, Steel, is that every single game looked and felt different. There was no samesies in the showcase. It was a diverse group. And that's what I'm excited about with Xbox. So when Obsidian chose this route and showed it off to me, no, I was like, this is an Obsidian game. Can't wait. I know this is going to be a great game because I have, just like Bethesda, the utmost faith in that entire team and what they know how to do when it comes to this type of game. So I'm cool with it. Let them go to work. Outer Worlds, a lot of people criticized Outer Worlds before it came out as well. A lot of people were like, what is all this color? What is all this humor? What is all this fun stuff? I want a more serious sci-fi adventure. But then Outer Worlds came out, got critical acclaim, grew a fan base, and now there's a huge, huge group of people can't wait for Outer Worlds 2. So same thing's going to happen here with Avowed. Brand new IP. I was excited about what I saw. I know the combat, the magic casting is going to be complex. You're going to be able to combine a lot of it together to do crazy things in this world. That's what I'm excited for. And the character development, I already know is going to be there. Can't wait to meet a bunch of companions, a bunch of different people in this world. The storytelling is going to be through the roof. No, Avowed is exactly what I was looking for here, Steel. So, no, it was not downgraded. I can hear you if you say, well, the feeling of the original teaser did give me a little bit different. I can understand that. But, no, this wasn't downgraded. If the graphics aren't for you, I'm sorry. What can I say? It's Obsidian. You know what? They are not going to do the photorealism graphics. So, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, and that's just the element that people are going to have to get over, right?
Yep.
Hold on.
Play it or don't. Play it or don't. That's fine.
Let me move this over here. There we go. I just wanted to get some of that good old showcase on screen. People
Yeah.
We sit here talking about these games and nobody can see what we got shaking and rocking. Let me change that up for you guys so you guys can experience that in reality. But with that, let's continue going, move on down the list here. We also got Phantom Liberty that was announced here. Keanu back on stage. That was super dope. Another highlight moment. Shout out to Keanu Reeves just for being a dope dude and overall, and just seemingly, and again, he may not give a damn about Johnny at all, or about Cyberpunk, but at least like making it seem like he cares, man. He seemed genuine to me. I love the energy that he was bringing. He made me kind of excited to jump back into Cyberpunk. And it's actually extremely interesting to see that they're essentially, because there's mods that do it right now, basically revitalize the complete game. It's going to be interesting that how those mods tie in to how they're basically revamping. And I'm thinking it's going to break those current mods. But essentially with Phantom Liberty, they're revamping the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077. It's going to be a completely different game than even me and Pong played originally. From the skill tree to the overall how you approach their character overall is going to be completely different.
And they're fixing the cops, Steel. They're finally fixing the cops.
Fixing the cops, which is super dope to see.
Finally.
Super.
Yeah, no, Phantom Liberty DLC has got me hyped. Again, I'm upset it's coming out in September. Not going to go to it because of Starfield, but what they showed of Phantom Liberty is exactly why I say that Cyberpunk 2077 is a GOAT for me. It is top 10, moves in and out of my top 5 at all times, depending on the day.
Absolutely.
That's how good it is to me. And what they showed, Steel, this expansion is going to be gigantic. They've already said it. It's the biggest expansion they've ever done. I believe them, and I believe that this is, with the overhaul, again, when I get done with Starfield, there's going to be a lot of games I got to jump into, but I'm jumping back into Cyberpunk. I'm going to start a new run with a new character and play this DLC because this is exciting to me. This is exactly what I expected from CDPR. It's too bad that this is not the way the game launched. Again, I think that we'd be still talking about Cyberpunk 2077 from a wider range of people as being one of the GOATs had they put this work in, but it is what it is. But the fact that we're getting this DLC, the fact that they're overhauling all the systems, I am all in on this game still to this day. One of my GOATs. I will go back to this game because I am excited still. Man, did it look great. It looked fantastic, and they confirmed that the footage that was shown at the Xbox showcase was on Series X. So what you saw in that trailer is correct. What you can expect to see on your Series X. This game is gorgeous. If you have not jumped into Cyberpunk, wait for this DLC to drop. Get it. It's always on sale now. Find a good deal. Go get Cyberpunk because, again, if you like RPGs, if you like big content and big side missions and some of the randomness that Bethesda does, go get it because CDPR did a great job with this game, and it plays awesome now. So.
And Phantom Liberty is, again, for them to be completely transforming the experience of Cyberpunk 2077 from start to finish is super dope, but it also just shows you how dedicated CD Projekt Red is to their game. Right. It's kind of sad that the potential of multiplayer is kind of out of the picture currently. That's super unfortunate. I think that would have been super dope. But with its new form, we'll see where it ends up going from there. And we are getting number 2 Steel, which is still shocking to me. They've confirmed they've started working on. They've got a whole studio. Right? They got a whole studio. The guy who I forget his name right now. They're Polish names, so sometimes it's hard for me, even though I'm Polish. But the guy who is behind the Phantom Liberty DLC, the guy who who headed up a lot of the changes after the game launched in not a good state in a lot of ways, he has now headed up his own separate studio within CDPR. They gave him his own studio, and a lot of that team moved over with him, and they have started on Cyberpunk 2077. They're starting the initial kind of mock-up and storyboarding and that kind of stuff, but we are getting one Steel. So next gen, when Cyberpunk 2077 2 comes out, a lot of what we hoped it was going to be and a lot of the stuff that they cut, I imagine will be in that one, and they're going to do it right. And I don't think they're going to make the same mistakes they did with this one. So that one will be my next most hyped game coming out in the foreseeable future. And that's still next gen, but I can't wait. That and Elder Scrolls 6 to start off next gen. Can you imagine, Steel?
Elder Scrolls 6 and Cyberpunk 2077 2.
Yeah.
Ready to rock and roll next gen out the gate.
Crazy.
It's
gonna be crazy.
We're gonna be looking good.
Super dope. Hopefully they can fulfill on their promise that time around.
Yes.
Since they already have a base now this time.
That is correct, sir.
Then we did talk about Starfield already, so there's that. South of Midnight was another standout for me. Just getting into that deep South, Louisiana voodoo, dark magic. I love when anybody touches on those elements. It's going to be dope to see a game get into go into it, especially with just having that representation. The chick was dope. I like the art style that they were putting forth too. That stop motion style. I saw people saying that that wasn't for them. Again, the variety is just unmatched for the different styles of games. And we found out it's going to be a third person action adventure game. So that's going to be super dope to see how that play out. It's one of those that I have to at least put on the radar, if not for myself, but I got to put out there to the audience because it stood out to me. And again, a lot of these, another big complaint about the showcase, especially on the Xbox stand front, is that there wasn't dates, right? And correct. I can hear that too. 2024, 25 games. There's no big announcements here, and it's just like bullshit. But but from this point forward, you have to keep the foot on their neck, because next year they can't show the same things. They got to show more, and they have to, continuously grow and be better. So this, again, like Paul made the statement earlier, is Starfield that era, the start of that new era for Xbox, generation defining type moment. And the only place you can go from here is up. So
Yep. No. And Compulsion Games, another one of the small studios still that we've talked about plenty of times. People like to say, Microsoft just acquires studios. They don't grow their own studios. Compulsion Games in Exile are perfect examples of taking a studio that is normally doing AA. You bring them underneath your umbrella, say, what do you need? And in Compulsion's case, they got to hire a whole bunch of people. They got a brand spanking new state-of-the-art studio, courtesy of Phil and Xbox, and now they get a chance to prove what they can be in all its glory with a AAA type game. Now, we don't know what the gameplay looks like, but listen, prior to this, we only knew a code name for Compulsion's game. This studio has taken a long time to grow. Again, they were trying to grow during the pandemic, which we know was a problem. This is a studio who's never taken on a project this big before. Again, We Happy Few had a lot of potential, but you saw the limitations. Here, there is no limitations for them. They are getting to do what they want to do. Like Steele already touched on, as far as the style goes, that's exactly what I expect out of a trailer. Give me the feel of the game. Do we know if they're going to use the stop animation for the actual gameplay? No, we don't. We don't know what it's going to look like. We know it's a third-person game. We do know that. It's going to be an action game. We know that. But outside of that, this trailer gave me the feel of that atmosphere that they were going for. And again, that deep South, that voodoo, that bluesy. Again, the music was perfect with the old giant skull dude just strumming. Yeah, it was great, man. It was fantastic. That's what I like to see out of your first initial trailer. If you don't have gameplay, at least give me that. And Compulsion did that. I'm excited to see the final product. Yes, it's probably going to be 2025. Most of the non-dated games in here will be your 2025 games, but they're showing us the roadmap, which is all I can ask for. I told you, don't give me dates unless you know. I don't want that nonsense anymore. That's fine with me. Compulsion, I'm excited. South of Midnight was definitely a standout steal. It's coming. And again, 2024, 2025, now we're starting to get that one per quarter steal. The avalanche, as I've called it previously, is starting. Looks absolutely fantastic. Compulsion's high on my list to see more, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's another one of those elements to where, again, you can talk about dates all you want, but at the same point, it doesn't mean that anything else can't fit within that time period. Like, that's the other thing that's so weird about these conversations sometimes, because it's just like, oh, well, those games have no dates. We also don't have dates for every single game that comes into Game Pass until maybe a month before, or there's new games that come up and get ready all the time. There's so many things that happen behind the scenes that get filled in those time slots. By the time that you're even thinking about that game, you're already talking about the games that you didn't know about by the time that game becomes relevant again.
That's correct. It looks different. It's unique still. Another unique look and feel to a game, man. Like that's what I'm talking about. Xbox has got this in spades right now.
1000%. Again, you can start to focus in on some games that could be, more single player focused when you have variety, right?
Yes.
But anyway, also you had Star Wars Outlaws, which this was also shown at the Ubisoft show, which showed really well. The show gameplay at the Ubisoft show and Ubisoft Forward. And Star Wars Outlaws is going to be a Star Wars.
Isn't it called Outlook?
I mean, that's what Guillermo called it. I don't. That was super weird to me when he came out. So when he was about to leave stage, Star Wars Outlook. I was like, come on, man. You got to be a little connected, just a little bit. You don't have to be right there. But no, Star Wars Outlaws. I love the aspect how they're taking the character. I thought it was just going to be, this is their version of Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order. This is their version. And then you see the world, especially when they showed that gameplay. Ooh, boy. Then they showed the ship go to outer space and it was seamless. And I was like,
it was a loading screen, but it was
cool. I mean, of course, the cloud section, of course, it's a loading screen, but it's a good way to play it off. Hey, again, the fact that that even happened on a game that I wasn't expecting that type of scope from, that I was just expecting for this to be some linear game. This is apparently going to be an open world game, an open closed universe game.
Still, they're saying the first open world Star Wars game.
Yeah.
So Survivor by many is considered open world.
To an extent,
But are they saying that no? For them, are they describing this as no Survivor semi-open world? Whereas our game is like you can go anywhere.
And that's what I'm wondering, but we don't know, because it could still be, just because we can fly to outer space doesn't mean that we have full control over what planet we can go to. We can still be very limited, and we have to go specific places, and it just treats it as another gameplay element. Oh, you go to outer space while you're getting chased, people can chase you. Not that, I can get up and I can walk around and I can choose to go to whatever planet that I want to go to. And it can be very much and more so in the vein of Jedi Survivor, where, you go to planets, you have these open world moments, but you're closed off still, right? You can only experience so much of these worlds that you go to. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. I think that the aspect of it that has me intrigued the most is the fact that you're not a Jedi and you're not Sith. You're essentially the Han Solo of this world, right? Your blaster, you got more focus on wits. It's going to be more focused on stealth elements. There's going to be more of a focus on your overall character development, and I love the overall design of the character. Also, also don't mind the little cute creature that they put in there that they're going to sell millions of plushies from. I don't mind that.
That's Nyx. Shout
out to Nyx,
right? Yeah, shout out to Nyx as being in the Star Wars game, as Mav was giving him grief before.
Yeah, you gotta have all the universal rare creatures in there.
No, you don't steal. No, this is the Disney-fied side of things that I freaking hate. If you love them, so be it. Whatever. I hate it. Give me Chewies. Give me actual companions. Not everything has to be a cute little rare, one-of-a-kind creature from Star Wars. Okay, Not everything has to be that, but they continuously do it because, of course, marketing, it works. Anyways, what I was going to say about this is shout out to Massive, again, behind the Division, Snowdrop engine. This is what I want to see. Not, you guys know, as I was just saying previously about the little creatures, not everything done in Star Wars nowadays appeals to me as an old Star Wars fan. I'm an old guy. That's fine. I live on that. That's what it is what it is. This game right here, Steel, captured me. This game is day one for me. the simple fact that they are positioning this game in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi,
Good time period.
you got me. You got me. Games, Star Wars avoids that time frame for some reason in a lot of ways nowadays. Hello, thank you very much. I will take it. The minute I saw the Stormtrooper helmet steal, I was like, yes, sir. All right, let's go. Then shout out to the character design team of Kay Vest, the main character.
Looks dope.
Listen, I don't generally care about what the character looks like. If the character's good, the character's good. I could care less. Again, the discourse around the Fable character, this stuff this week was just nonsense. I don't care. Her look just oozes cool. Steel. It just oozes. It's such a great look. Like everything. Like again, hair, face, all the way down. Her clothing, just a great design. Then the voice actress who plays her, nailing the lines with that Han Solo quip, that quick-wittedness. Writers, you did a fantastic job capturing that Han Solo feel. Yes, all of it rolled together naturally. The fact that she was quick with the gun, quick with the trigger, the fact that they are in the gray area, she is somebody who is forced into a life that she never expected due to her circumstances, and she found out that she so happens to be good at the seedier side of things, the smuggling, the gambling. She just so happens to be good at that, and she kind of likes it. Thank you once again for delving into that, where most of the time we get the light side of things, and it's fine, but I like the gray area that she's working in right now. And then the gameplay that we saw at the Ubisoft Forward sold me 100,000%. The gunplay looks great. The speeder stuff, they suppose you're gonna be able to do tricks, you're gonna be able to do jumps, like there's all sorts of stuff. That's cool, but then like Steele said, you get me on a ship, you tell me I can fly into space, now I get to have space dogfighting combat, I get to travel to other planets, experiencing new things. The atmosphere, again, captured from what I've seen so far, what I was listening to with just the environmental sounds, with the characters, the other NPC characters you're going to meet, the aliens, all that stuff, all captured the old Star Wars feel. Day one for me, Star Wars Outlaws has my attention fully, completely. I'm ready for this. This looks like it'd be a next big Star Wars game. And shout out to Xbox for going out, getting the marketing rights for a big IP, which we've talked about, a popular IP, one of the most popular IPs out there. This is what you need. It's now associated with Xbox, and it's fantastic. What a great showing for this game.
Yeah, definitely was an excellent pickup. Then Payday 3, which that looked all right. I haven't played Payday since 1. So there's that. Payday is definitely an interesting game. It's not an easy game. It's a very cooperative game. It's a lot of good time though. Slow-mo says massive over Bungie.
Let's go, Slow-mo. I'll back you on that one.
With what they've done to the Division, I guess it could be kind of debatable, especially with just Ubi dropping the ball on that completely anyway. But I've been interested in dropping back into the Division again, especially to try that the new Descent mode, because I was having fun with that in the public test server on PC. I'm about to give that a re-download at some point. But between Nioh 2 and now Diablo 4, I'm kind of in between a couple places. But again, with that mode being the way that it's set up, it's not like it's super. It can get sweaty, nonetheless. Anyway. But Payday 3 would look interesting. What's up?
It does. Yeah, no, it does. It definitely does. And the fact that it's showing up in Game Pass day and date, right? Day
super
one.
Dope.
This gives this a chance. Payday, like Steele just said, isn't for everybody. It's definitely cooperative. Otherwise, you're going to get rolled by the AI. 1,000%. Payday is definitely a more challenging side of
good
co-op.
example of good AI though.
But I liked, was it mind-blowing graphically? No, but it looks like they updated everything we needed to see. I'm sure the frames are going to be on point, which wasn't always the case in Payday 2. It had its problems. Payday 3 looks to be that. And they also came out and said you're going to have new situations like hostage situations.
Oh.
This is dope. Again, Game Pass day and date. Can't complain. It's something to try out. No risk. Try it out. Who knows? It might be the new fun thing. Payday, again, it's one of those games nobody talks about, but a lot of people still play Payday 2. 100%. It's still out there.
It's fun. It can be. It can definitely be fun.
Yes.
Especially in a group. You get your gang on. It can be really fun.
Yeah.
You have question some friendships sometimes with that. Then Hellblade 2, we talked about that earlier. Again, we'll wait to hear more. They didn't really show much of other than this is what the game is going to look like. And I'm just going to have to take their word for it at this point. I don't have a reason to question Ninja Theory. I mean, that's the thing that's kind of driven the conversation from what I've noticed here recently is people acting like they got to question it. If you didn't like Hellblade, the first one, I don't think that you're going to enjoy 2 more for some reason. But I'm also somebody that typically I won't play the next iteration of a game if I haven't played the previous iterations. So maybe that draws into that somehow too. But I liked what I saw. I do agree that I want to see some more gameplay, at least combat to see what that's going to feel like. But again, I have faith.
Ninja Theory is Ninja Theory. Ninja Theory is going to Ninja Theory, right? The storytelling, the narrative, that's what Hellblade's about. And yes, I understand why people want to see combat. I have zero problem with people requesting combat at this point. They talked about the combat, talked about how they've been training for over a year with some, they brought in some of the Star Wars combat directors to help them learn how to fight with swords and all that kind of yes, I understand why. Ninja Theory is going to do what they're going to do. They wanted to showcase, I think in this instance here, for me at least, what I pulled out of it was that not only do you have the voices, but now you're going to have more visual stimulation as well when she's going through these moments of psychosis, because I was already, as you guys all know, I have to take breaks from the first Hellblade in intervals because the voices get to me. I was watching this trailer still. The environmental storytelling that was going on when the voices were happening was on a whole nother level. Again, the warping and the images reappearing within the walls as the voices were going on, which was doing its own, again, storytelling during this trailer. I was like, whoa, wait a minute here. This is going to a whole new level for me. So I think that's really what they wanted to showcase here. Ninja Theory will eventually show us. We're going to get more Hellblade 2 gameplay, obviously. We're going to get a deep dive or a direct at some point for Hellblade 2, and all questions will be answered just to how much combat there's going to be, how deep it's going to be, what it's going to look like. But right now, Ninja Theory's focused on that storytelling. It doesn't play well with the wider audience. I get it, especially after as many times as we've seen Hellblade 2. I understand. But it's Ninja Theory. This is their game. This is how they want to present it. That's what we got. I was still more excited for seeing this because the graphics, again, confirmed. That was, gameplay, as much as you want to call it gameplay, whatever. It was gameplay.
Seamless.
And it was Series X gameplay. So it looks fantastic.
Alvin says some people in the community want Heavenly Sword 2 instead of Hellblade 2.
Yes.
And Alvin, that's kind of the reason that I went back and played Heavenly Sword a little bit, is because it's not saying that they can't add some of those some of those fantastical elements in there. They even, at the end of the first Hellblade, they even teased some of the more godlier elements of the game. Is she crazy, or is she really connected to something different? They teased that. That's the other thing that made the first game so great, because it wasn't just, she's tripping. This isn't, some chick with some mental disability. No, this is something that, and again, they touched on this in Heavenly Sword also, that there could be some other godly force testing her to see if she's worthy, or maybe she is refuting the gods, and because of the things that she's been through, and because she is tied to something else, maybe she's touching into some other element, right? The first game touched on that. There's part of a reason, like the gods, for whatever reason, are also scared of her for something, and which is why they're messing with her. They're trying to drive her crazy. They touch on all that's why I say that the first Hellblade is so underrated, because people just treat it like, this is just some game about a mental disability. No, it's not. There is literally, they literally explain it in the game. There is something else there.
Are you saying she's going to turn into Kratos still?
I'm not saying that, but based off of Ninja Theory's history,
yeah,
there could be a possibility, depending on how over the top they want to go. You don't talk about how much more in depth that you're getting into combat, not show any combat, have the history that you do. Not saying that it's going to be that, because that was an action adventure game. That was that. But it does not mean that they can't take elements from God of War, develop their combat in such a way where you have godly elements to it.
Sure. Especially
with a lot of the storytelling that they're doing in this game. This isn't just some schizophrenia game. It's not. And if people actually played the first game and wanted to actually take in the story, other than, oh, there's just voices in my head. Wow. No, that's not it. So that's the tangent that I go on when, as somebody who's played that game that's full of breadth on the harder difficulty that I've went through. There's that. The next game on that list that is, again, a big shout out from Capcom, and that's going to be Path of the Goddess. This is a game that I wasn't expecting to be there. A lot of people were saying, man, this looks like Onimusha. I don't necessarily have any personal relation with Onimusha myself. That, unfortunately, that was a game that I never got to play. So when I understand what it means, because I've seen gameplay from it, of course, over the years. So I get what people are trying to draw those planes while they draw those close together. But Path of the Goddess literally looked like something that speaks to me. Right? The over-the-top art style, that Eastern flair that me and Pong were asking for. It's not quite Black Myth Wukong, but again, we still got plenty of time for that to even be in existence. That's something they could do at the year. Hopefully they do end up getting in that bag somewhere. But nonetheless, even if they don't, showing me that they at least have that relationship with Capcom, especially with Exo Primal being in that mix, is very favorable to me. Capcom at least is telling me that this isn't about playing sides. We want to give everybody a chance, and to have something like this come out of nowhere that has that over-the-top art style, where it has very over-exaggerated patterns that come from off the sword swings, and the enemies looked very like they're based off of the elements that you're fighting them in and whatnot. It's really unique, and it's, again, to be an action adventure game, looks really dope. Capcom having those ties with Game Pass, but just Microsoft overall is very promising. I mean, Pong, how did you feel?
We are back to peak Capcom from the 360 era, where they are trying new things. Steel. This is what, again, we've had this conversation. This is what I love. This is Capcom back to experimenting with new IP, like you said, Exo Primal. Now this is the way I want to see Capcom going forward. This is due to all the success that they found over the past years now, come back from nearly being acquired by Xbox, according to many stories. Capcom has some of the best creative visionaries when it comes to coming up with new IP and the style that they come with. Again, you go back to the 360 era when we got something like Lost Planet out of the blue, right?
Yes.
We got something like Power Stone out of the blue. Never pigeonholed into one type of genre or one type of look ever. They just go do and make something fresh. And that's exactly what Path of the Goddess, again, the full name is Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess. When it first popped on the screen, I was one of the people that thought it looked like Onimusha, thank you. I don't know why I just lost it. It reminded me of that right away. But then as it went on, then I'm like, nope, it's definitely not that. And then they showed the name, and I was like, okay, all right, brand new IP. But man, how this game popped off the screen, how unique the characters looked, the flair with the combat. Again, all of that screams Capcom to me, and just I can't wait to see more of this game. Like you said, Steel, the relationship with Xbox has never been stronger right now. They are one of the Eastern publishers and devs that has figured out that, hey, let's not ignore a fan base just because maybe they haven't experienced a lot of these games before, this style of game before, or they might not have a big player base. No, let's grow our fan base everywhere. And Xbox has obviously put a lot of effort into that relationship as well. And these are the fruits that we are now getting. So this is a great addition, much like Wolong was this year.
Yeah.
Path of the Goddess is going to be that similar style game that we don't always expect to see over on Xbox, but here it is. And so I'm happy for this. This game looked I knocked it out of the park, Capcom. Looking forward to this game. Can't wait to see more about it. And yeah, just a great showing right here, Steel. Loved it.
Yeah, absolutely can't wait for this one to be released. It's got me excited. It's another one of those that just comes out of nowhere and creates some form of hype. It's like Atlas Fallen. And Tim, yeah, I appreciate it. Apologize if you guys get any lagging or anything like that. I don't know if it's Discord, YouTube, what's going on. I think next week I am going to try to go back to Zoom, just because of this. Again, we weren't having these issues with Zoom. It would maybe every blue moon, pun intended. But ever since I started using Discord again, and maybe it's an OBS update, but we'll find out next week. I'll probably do a stream sometime midweek or something like that. I know that's also going to be different and hard to test because typically streams by myself don't have any problems. Especially when I go 1440 4K, try to push the output out there. Typically 1440, but for whatever reason, I guess Discord just causes issues. I tried to adjust some of the priority list and see if that would help it out. But it's still causing an issue. So if you're still here rocking and rolling, greatly appreciate you guys. And also continue to hit that like button for us. Again, we're on that road to 1K. So the last couple of shows have been kind of off as far as quality goes. But again, we'll get it adjusted in the background. We'll go back to Zoom. It's throwing me off as far as adding, wanting to do clips and whatnot, because it throws that off too when it lags. And it's just it's an ever growing list as far as like content creation goes and all the streamlining and whatnot that it creates. They're saying the stream is dead now and whatnot, but yeah, I know it'll fix on its back end, so I'll continue to treat it like normal. Audio listeners, sorry for bringing it down a little bit, but just want to bring the reality of it. Hey, we're podcasters with this educated consumer perspective. We're trying to do what we can, work what we got, and we'll make those adjustments on the back end. I thought coming back to Discord was going to be a good decision, and so far it hasn't been. No. But that's all right. Trial and error. We're human. It's all good. All right. That is enough of that. Path of the Goddess. Appreciate that. That one coming through. Dungeons of Hintenberg was another one. I don't have much to say, but it was different. Why I wanted to put it in there. So it definitely, again, has an action combat that I look for. So I'm interested in that. Jusant was another one off my list for the Xbox showcase. It said something to me. It has more of that climbing style to it. But I want to see more from it. I want to see if it could be a good time, and I think it will be.
Jusant, both Dungeons of Hinterberg. Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you. I want to see more of that game. It definitely piqued my interest. Mm-hmm. I like the style of it, and I like the action that we did see. I definitely liked it. Jusant for sure on my list, as well as one of those indie darlings that shows up and kind of surprises you. Again, rock climbing. Okay, I don't necessarily enjoy rock climbing in real life, but you know what? In this game, it looks kind of fun. Yes, they have a cute little character with it, but again, it's not a Star Wars game, so I'm okay with that. If you're going to do a cute little character in this game, he was like a little slug dude, pretty funny. But yeah, I want to see more of it. It looks like kind of a open adventure where you're going to go discover things, climb to new heights, pun intended, and find different exploration opportunities. And I want to see more from Jusant. Again, don't nod, hit or miss with me, but they always come with the narrative. The fact that they're branching out into all these different styles, because we saw the Ghost one too. I forget the full name of the Ghost ones that Don't Nod is doing, where they've got actual combat this time around. Their narratives always hit. So I'm excited for Jusant for sure.
Yeah. Then as far as some of the other showcases go, in Pong at any point, you can also throw some extra ones in there if you'd like.
Well, yeah. Can I throw one in before we go on to the other showcase? Because Xbox, Clockwork Revolution.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Exile. Listen. You guys know my love of BioShock, one of the greatest all-time series, trilogies all time. I've talked up In Exile nonstop. Shout out to everybody else who has talked up In Exile, Jez included. If you played Wastelands, if you played their CRPG type games, you'd understand. Once again, I feel like I'm on repeat, but these are the studios that Xbox went out and acquired. World building, character development, writing, lore, all of that, over the topness that's in Wasteland. If you've played them, you can appreciate it. In Exile was a studio waiting to get underneath an umbrella like Xbox to really show off their full potential. Brian Fargo, one of the most well-respected leaders of a studio in this industry for decades. What that studio has gone through to survive and flourish is on another level. Go watch their documentary of their history. This team was waiting for this moment. Xbox came along, organically grew that studio, said, Brian, what do you guys need? What do you guys want to do? They come back with this first person, right? They come back with this first person steampunk RPG, triple A quality, and Phil and the rest of the Xbox goes, go for it. Guess what? They went for it. We've been waiting for this moment. Again, another game we just knew the code name from. Obviously, a little bit further along than South of Midnight from what we've seen. They showed off real gameplay in this. You give me BioShock and you give me time travel with real consequences. I am sold. In Exile, like I said before, is going to be that studio that people look back at and go, man, we didn't really think that they were doing much. Like they didn't, why was Xbox acquiring these people? More RPG talent underneath Xbox than anywhere else in one place. In Exile is a part of that. They are going to become a household name after this game, I believe. And the fact that they were quick to come out and everybody loved what they showed at the showcase. Again, it was a standout moment. Everybody said, oh my God, BioShock Infinite. Oh my God, Dishonored. I saw some Dishonored in there too. Dishonored. Oh my God, I didn't know In Exile had it in them. And then right after the showcase, Brian Fargo and the team's out here going, yeah, that's all great. But this is an RPG experience through and through. You get character creation. You're going to have all the decision making, all the choices in that you come to expect from our games. This is going to be 100% an RPG experience from In Exile. We just brought it up to a AAA first-person style. Listen, In Exile knocked it out of the park with this showing. They are ready for the prime time. They've been working towards this moment. Another studio that honed their craft. That, yes, maybe they couldn't make the biggest games in the world, but what they did to the top levels, and why they're so respected. Now it's their time to shine. In Exile came to play during this showcase. So happy for Brian Fargo, and the entire team over there in Exile. One of the best social media managers around. Their social media is off the charts, been supporting all the Xbox studios, all the games. Now it's their turn to get that support back and celebration back, and they deserve it by this showing alone. I cannot, again, another one that was not given a date. They said in due time. I expect it 2025. This is going to be another RPG that comes along where people, if you're not in the Xbox ecosystem, are going, do I need to invest? Because, man, Xbox has got a whole lot of RPGs over there. Xbox has got a whole lot of goodness, and it looked different from everything else that we got. It's its own unique style, that Clockwork steampunk aesthetic. They pulled it off through and through. Frick Steel. And then you throw time travel. We can go back in time and change decisions, and they said it affects when you come back. And the way they're talking, it sounds like this is going to be like, no, not just simple, oh, this store is no longer here, or this city looks different over here. It looks like it's going to have real world impact on how the characters are, how the NPCs are, what you can do. If they pull all that off, Steel, yes, this will be another huge moment for another Xbox studio. Excited.
1,000%. All right. As far as that goes, again, I'm going to try to run things to kind of together a little bit here. So Avatar Frontiers of Pandora was another one that was showed at the Ubisoft showcase that I personally think showed pretty well. Now I say pretty well, and that's an improvement from the original time that I saw it. Right. I still wish that the game was kind of full third person, though. Seeing it now, it's kind of I don't know. It's another game that is being made by Massive. It is going to be in Snowdrop, and the concept of it does look kind of cool. I know I saw a lot of people are saying, "Hey, it's just Avatar, Fallout." I mean, not Fallout, Far Cry. Excuse me, Far Cry, Avatar game. That's all that it is. In some aspects, I do see some of that. I think I am slightly jaded because I did just see the recent Avatar, The Way of Water. So I think because of that, I'm kind of biased a little bit in having some interest in wanting to jump into that world. Though one of the first things that I noticed about the game is something's off about the character design in that game. I don't feel like it holds enough to what I was expecting for the characters to look like, especially after seeing the movies. I'm not saying that they got to look like the movies either, but it looked like the crackhead version of them, which is really weird to say, but it's like the best way that I can like explain the way that I look, that they look like to me.
The Dollar Tree version.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like, like at Walmart, like you have the choice of like getting the regular, or great value.
Yeah,
it definitely looked like the great value version of
that's funny,
of the Navi, and that was really strange, but like it still worked for their world and what they were like trying to create. But then it also was like noticeable enough to where it made me like question things, especially when they were like holding guns and stuff like that. Something is disconnecting for me. But then like in other elements, when they showed like some story elements and whatnot, it was okay. And then when they got into like the traverse in the third person, like the writing was cool. That looked really dope. And I was like, oh, well, this kind of saves it a little bit. But then they get into back into the normal first person combat, and it's just like, I don't know if this works. I don't know. So I have some huge questions on whether the game is going to be decent, if at all. Some people were like, hey, if this ends up being a 7 out of 10 Avatar game, I think it was Jeff Grubb actually that made that statement. If it's a 7 out of 10 Avatar game, then boy, I mean, I think that's a success. And I think I would agree with that on some level. I think it would be kind of disappointing because I'd want the game to be a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10, especially dealing with that IP and the impact that those movies have had. The first one, I was telling Pong in the background that I feel like the second movie has the same impact the first movie did, especially sitting down watching with my kids this time around. And it was just kind of like the alternate experience when I watched the first movie, watching with my parents at that point. And it's still a visual masterpiece. I didn't feel like this game was a visual masterpiece, which is kind of unfortunate for an Avatar game. I don't know. I think that's what, again, I have more interest than I did originally, but I still feel disappointed somehow.
Yeah.
Like,
that's my exact thought too, Steel.
Speak on it, man. I know you were kind of down on it a little bit.
Yeah, it's just my exact thought. I was expecting something more out of this game. Not to say that it is going to be bad by any stretch of the imagination. Again, I have a low bar for entertainment when it comes to games. You all know this. Like, I play plenty of games that nobody else likes, and enjoy the hell of it. It's just I expected more from Avatar and Massive in the Snowdrop, and whatever it was, like you said, something just was off. Again, I was lurking while I was working, so I was watching it on my phone with you guys while you guys were doing the stream. I went back and watched it, on the big screen, and it still just felt, it didn't. Nothing excited me about it. Let's put it that way. Nothing was like, oh my God, that's horrible. Like, this is not like good, but nothing excited me. Like, even like the Navi switching to guns because obviously they were kidnapped when they were kids. That's the story, and they were trained. The gunplay didn't look exciting. Like, the Far Cry aspects didn't look exciting. Like, it just was like, okay, we're getting an Avatar game. There's parts of it that looked really good, like as far as the world goes, and the snowdrop was showing off. But then there was other parts where it was like, well, this is kind of flat. Like, what's going on here? It just looked like a game that needed more time. Still, that's I guess what I came out of it with. Right, that this was just one of those games where I said, nah, I could see you guys cooking this up for another year. Like, let's get down to it. So I guess that was the biggest takeaway for me. There was nothing exciting. Won't say that I won't be wrong if it comes out and like Grub said, it is a 7. I'll probably check it out because I'm planning with Ubisoft's amount of launches they're gonna have at some point.
Oh, you gotta get Ubisoft Plus, Brody.
Yeah, I'll do a month or 2 of Ubisoft Plus and play a lot of these games, and I'm definitely gonna play Avatar. It just wasn't what I was hoping for, I guess, at the end of the day. I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Like, I just was expecting something different. Anyways, we don't need to beleaguer Avatar. It is what it is. So, and I'm an Avatar fan, by the way. I saw the original movie, like 5 times in the theater, plus like 3-5 times. I don't remember how many times I saw it. Love that movie. I love the cheese. I love all of it. So, anyways, that's it.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, the next movie doesn't come out till 2025. I would want for them to shoot, because the game is apparently supposed to take place somewhere in the movie too, though.
Yeah, correct.
Well, within that time period.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you might as well just push the game out to 2025 and really flesh out the game to the best of its ability. Yeah. Maybe Ubi can afford to do that, but like at this point, that's what I would do.
Right.
But maybe you can't take it any further. I mean, to each your own. Prince of Persia was another one that ended up, I think this time around, regardless of how people before this showcase were like down on what they seen from the Prince of Persia 2D kind of game that they've made, or not kind of, that's what it is. But we got some actual additional gameplay at the Ubisoft Forward, and man, it's actually going to be a lot more enticing than I was expecting. It looks like it's going to be a dope game if you're into the Metroidvania or Metroid. What was the most recent one called? Why is it right there? And I can't remember it.
What, Hollow Knight? What are you talking about?
That too. That's another example. But the most
it's Metro. They're all Metroidvanias. So I mean, that's.
Oh, I was trying to think of the recent Metroid game. Came out. Why can't I think of the name of it? And
I don't know. What are you looking for?
The actual name of the Metroid game that came out recently. Lord, because it's not Prime. It's not called Prime. The Prime is the first person one.
Oh, you're looking for the actual Metroid game? Fusion?
Yeah.
No, not Fusion.
It's not Fusion. Chat, help us out. I don't know why I can't think of that name. Not like it really fucking matters at all, but for whatever reason, I need to know what that is because it's right there. Dread? Yeah, Metroid Dread. That's what it's called.
There we go.
That came out of nowhere. Yeah. Perfect. Metroid Dread. So it's going to be more so of that ilk from what I can tell. So if you're into that, you're going to like this.
Yeah.
All right. Assassin's Creed Mirage, again, showing us that they are going back to the traditional Assassin's Creed formula, especially through the Ezio trilogy. Excuse me, I'm losing it now because I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know. It's been over 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm over here losing it now. My dots can't connect. But anyway, they showed off Assassin's Creed Mirage. That looked really dope, really promising. I'm excited for that. It got me so excited I wanted to jump back into Unity. I can't, as much as those graphics have kind of held quite a bit on PC, it's not that great. Doesn't look that great. It's blurry, it's fuzzy. I dropped some mods on there. Even with that, maybe I just don't want to jump back into those style of games, especially after playing Origins and then also playing Valhalla. Maybe something is missing there that is going to return in Mirage. We'll see.
Mirage is going to be, I think, really, really, really good. I was expecting the graphics to be a little bit better, more. It seems like the lower budget, because it's a smaller game, they might have had to sacrifice versus like a Valhalla, which graphically is gorgeous, right? It's absolutely stunning still to go back to Valhalla. So I was expecting more out of Mirage from that aspect, but I don't care because to me, it's about them going back to the more classic style Assassin's Creed gameplay mechanics and bringing them up to date. And that's what it looks like they've done. Like, I'm all in on Mirage. I think Mirage looks fantastic. Every time I see it, it gives me that same itch still to go back to the older ones and play them. I recently, like a couple months ago, popped in 3 remastered for a little bit. To play around in that because I got that itch for the older style. But I can't wait for Mirage. It look and Bassam's Bassam's story. Basim. I thought they said Bassam during that thing. I always said Basim. I always say Basim too, but they were saying Bassam, I think. Anyways, whatever. His story looks really cool, and I can't wait to take down a bunch of targets. And it sounds like that's exactly what this game is going to be about, and blending in with the crowds again, and the classic traversal. Like, yes, give me more of this. Like I've said from a long time ago when they showed us off the roadmap, the Assassin's Creed roadmap, I love what they're doing. Give me a smaller Assassin's Creed. Give me a big Assassin's Creed. Give me a smaller. If you want to rotate it that way, yes. Yes and more yes, Ubisoft. The one franchise that I think that they've got figured out is Assassin's Creed if they pull this one off. So I'm looking for it.
Yeah, there's still some things that are off about it as far as some choices. Hopefully the world is more fleshed out. If they're not gonna make the world an open world game, then they might hopefully they flush out the areas really well. Just like they kind of do with the older games.
I wanted to see a little bit more density.
Yeah.
I want to see a little bit more density too.
I think because that would add another extra kind of sauce to it. But we talked about Star Wars Outlaws, so shout out to that. Then Capcom was kind of straight to the point. They did show off Pragmata, which again, I still have interest in that game. It looks really dope. But they didn't show us
Capcom's show could have been
other than the delay. Yeah,
Capcom's show could have been a blog post.
Same thing with Dragon's Dogma that they showed. It was just the same trailer,
which is fantastic. Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait for Dragon's Dogma 2. They did confirm it's not going to be co-op or anything like that, unfortunately. Which I was looking forward to, but it's all good.
Next year's gonna be crazy, bro. Again with big games.
It's gonna be wild.
God.
It's gonna be super wild.
Gonna be wild. Yep.
But overall, ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the biggest stands out from what I can remember. There was some indie darlings that are in there that unfortunately I wasn't able to get written down because my computer crashed. I wasn't able to get that notepad back up. But there were some other smaller titles that we will be looking out for. And of course, me and Pong will end up highlighting because that's something normally we do anyway. We go back and forth with different games that we see in the DMs and make sure that we have that as an addition to a lot of the bigger games that we're getting. But if this doesn't tell you anything, again, next year, at least bare minimum, it's going to be just fleshed out with so many different varieties of games, different titles, things that are coming into Game Pass, things that aren't. Just from the showcase for Xbox themselves, there was 21 games out of the 27 that were shown that were coming to Game Pass. So there's still something unique to speak on. And that's not even considering everything else that we have gotten already going, being halfway into 2023. So guys, there's so many additional add-ons for this conversation to go on. Needless to say, I think we
got to get everybody out of here.
Showcase history was great.
It was. The showcase week was fantastic. Shout out to Psychonauts. Sea of Stars, brother. Yes, Sea of Stars was an absolute shocker that it's coming to Game Pass day and date. Coming to Xbox Classic RPG, Sea of Stars. He's more anticipating Sea of Stars than he is Starfield. Shout out to Psychonauts. Anyways, another one quick shout out here to Steel is Shadows of the Damned coming back. Suda51, Grasshopper. That was part of the Devolver showcase. Again, if you haven't watched the Devolver showcase, it's 30 minutes long. Go watch it. It's one of the weirdest things in all the right ways that you have ever seen in your entire life with Volvi. It's crazy, bro. But they announced during that showcase that Shadows of the Damned is getting a remaster from Suda51 and Grasshopper. If you've never played Shadows of the Damned, cult classic on the Xbox 360. Again, crazy, like what the hell is going on here? But some of the best gunplay I ever had during the 360 generation. And the fact that they're going back and remastering this, again, proves my point. This is the golden age of gaming, folks. That's a game I never thought I'd see come back again. But they're remastering it. peak Suda 51. If you played Suda's games before, you know what I'm talking about. The fact that a whole new generation will get to try Shadows of the Dam, and I hope they do, is spectacular. And I can't wait for that game. I had to give that one a quick shout out. But still, let's get stuff done here.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a million other things that we could definitely talk about and add to the conversation, because there was some additional things like what's going on with all the great, wonderful acquisitions that Microsoft is making, especially with ABK and whatnot, that getting thrown back into the loop, and a possibility that it might go left. But I think everything will still play out the way that it needs to. But other than that, Paul.
Yes.
What a great episode of 107, man.
Ooh wee.
Or people complain that there's a lot of shows that don't talk about games like that anymore. And again, we spent at least 90 minutes plus talking about Starfield by itself and the potential of it. Again, for a game of that scope, that game of that magnitude, a game of that can be possible game of the generation. I'm open to admit it now. We'll see what happens when I actually end up playing it, get my hands on with it, what we will expect. I mean, guys, like, there's gonna be more to be said here. We're gonna constantly be on the foot of the news and what's going on. And next week, again, there's a lot of this conversation that will carry over for the weeks to follow, right? A lot of the extra additional things that happened this week. So I do think that today was one of a kind for sure, especially off the hype of the showcase week that we've had. A lot of content that has been put out there. Again, check out Fun Speculation and the FSN Network for everything that's been going on over there. But Paul, man, tell the beautiful people where they can find you. Yeah. Again, appreciate you being here, getting in neck deep into all these great and wonderful things that are going on. And much love to you for being here, man.
Brother, all love to you. You know that. We've been having such a good time on Diablo 4. We've been rocking out a lot behind the scenes again with that type of game and getting that gameplay in at night, even when I should be in bed. But it's been a blast, brother. And you did some fantastic work with the entire Fun Speculation Network and so many other channels out there. Again, this is what the community is about. You don't have to go to IGNs anymore to get the coverage. You don't have to go to that main stream type narrative all the time. Now you've got YouTubers, and this community is so strong. Shout out to everybody who went to LA, giving us live coverage, live reactions, talking about the emotions that were down there, the confidence of Xbox going into the showcase, all of that. That's what makes this all special. And chat, you're all part of it, because you're out here supporting all these channels every day, including ours here every Saturday, Living Split Screen. Massive episode. So excited to be here. Gamers Christmas week lived up to the hype in a lot of ways. I know not every show was great, but for the most part, it lived up to the hype. And of course, the Xbox, Xbox came through with undeniably the best showcase of the week. And of course, for me personally, Starfield, and now so many others. Starfield just, again, 11 out of 10. They really pulled it off with the direct. Most hype game I've had since Cyberpunk. This is a game that I'm going to be delving into for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. It really, and I'm really, like I said, I'm not going to be grazing during that time frame. But anyways, neither here nor there. Great episode. Thank you all for joining us. Love and respect to each and every one of you that dropped in, whether you dropped by for 5 minutes to say hi, whether you've been lurking in the background, or whether you've been here conversating in the chat as well the entire time. Listen, all the same. Love you. Thank you for being here. You can find me tonight on the Shop Podcast. PTK Blam was one of those that went down to LA for the Fan Fest. He got to meet Todd Howard. He got to meet Pete Hines. He got to hang out with all these great people down in LA. He had the blast. He had just had the time of his life down there. We're going to have some stories, I'm sure, from there. He got some insight into things as well. Listen, it's going to be a great show tonight. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and we're also going to have Infinite Umbra, of course, the one and only Ego Master himself, who has to sing on every show because he thinks he sounds good. So Infinite is going to be there, and Game Pass Daily is going to be there as well. Retry, who does an awesome job on his own channel. Him and Web Dave have their Sunday show, and of course he's on Boom Show. So we're going to have a lot to talk about tonight yet again. Drop on by 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, next week it starts all over. Xbox Factor every Tuesday. You know Mr. Boomstick. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. All good things green. Even though I'm not there, I'm going to promote Boom because Boom does so much behind the scenes and in the public to promote everybody else. So shout out to Boom. Shout out to Xbox Factor every Tuesday. Thursday nights, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. If you want Starfield talk, more of it, you can't get enough of it, go watch the last episode this week of PM in the PM. Mav and I had Skullsy on for the first 2 hours. He had a time limit. He had other stuff to do. He honored us with 2 hours of his talk. Skullsy, again, knows Bethesda like very few people do. It was a great conversation. Go check out PM to PM, but we'll be back this next Thursday. Who knows? We might have ABK news coming down the pipeline. Big news. We're going to see 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, Fun Speculation Channel. Friday nights back on Fun Speculation Channel for Xbox Ultimate. Great conversations last night, as well as we had Calorie join us, and we also had Chris Jones, C-Unit from Iron Lords, lordsofgaming.net. They both joined us last night. We had a great time, and Fuzzy was on camera for the first time. So if you haven't seen Fuzzy, you can go check out Xbox Ultimate and see him. I wasn't expecting that at all. Neither was I, brother. It's been a long time coming. It was awesome. So anyways, that's me in a nutshell. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. It's the golden age of gaming, people. Best time ever to be a gamer. I'm so freaking excited right now. Get out there, play what you love what you play, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And again, happy Father's Day to all of you fathers out there. I hope you enjoy your Sunday, and I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, go ahead. Get us out of here, brother.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place. You just type that on in. You'll find all my wonderful information. And by the way, Lord Master Jasper says, Diablo not going to play itself. You guys need to wrap it up.
Whatever, Jasper.
Hey.
You sweaty.
Now, Jasper's just excited that we're running around in T4 now. So,
yeah.
I got you, Jasper. Well, I'll be through, hopefully. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on episode 107. This is the Wrap to Showcase season. Catch us next week on episode 108. We'll be right back at it in full effect. And y'all stay easy, stay safe, stay blessed. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself. And I don't know what I'm going to do this weekend. I don't even know what I want to eat tomorrow. Anyway, we'll find out.
You got Diablo.
That is true. That is true. And isn't it delicious?
Yes, it is.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all have a good one. Stay safe, and we'll catch you next time on Living Split Screen. Peace.
Later.